when she goes forward.
Yes, once that disappears, we'll be live. And we're now live, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, councillors and senior staff, to the second last meeting of the year on the 25th of November 2020. Welcome, everyone. We have a big agenda today to get through, but initially we will open the meeting by acknowledgement of country. Thank you, Councillor Whipper.
I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of this land and pay my respects to elders both past and present. And I would also like to extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders present here today. And just to recognise the close association of our original custodians to the land that we're meeting on today as well.
Thank you very much, Councillor Whipper. I'll read civic prayer. Almighty God, from whom comes every good and perfect gift, we give you thanks for the blessing you bestow upon us in this Shire. Grant to those who hold office in this council the spirit of justice and truth, of wisdom and charity, that mindful of our responsibility, we may promote the welfare of your people and advance the common good. Amen. We go to apologies. We don't have any apologies today, I don't think, at this stage. No, all present. Adoption of previous minutes held on the 11th of November 2020, moved by Councillor Whipper, seconded by Councillor McLaughlin. Any discussion on the correctness of the minutes? Then I put that. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Carried. Those against, carried. Mayoral minutes. So I asked Councillor declarations of interest. Sorry, I meant to ask that. Councillor Halstead. I'll mute Councillor Halstead. That's it.
No, I didn't. Yeah, I'm happy with that, but I didn't put my hand up for anything.
Oh, sorry. There must have been a fly in the room.
I've got a declaration.
Okay. Any other no other
For me, Mr. Mayor.
No, I'm asking Councillor Turner.
Look, all I'd like to bring up on number 5 is the adoption of the last meetings, but there's no corrections of the last minutes.
The minutes have been adopted, Councillor Turner.
No, I understand that, but always we seem to have at the end of it, number 6 should have been correction. Is there any corrections of the last minutes?
Yes, if it's the true and correct record. If it's not, the correctness of the minutes are the ones we adopt, not anything else.
Now we adopt the minutes and then we have the, is there any corrections? Anyway, okay, I'll let it go.
No, that's not the way. Do we have, there's no declaration of interest from councillors, but Mr. Paul would like to make a comment.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to declare a declaration in Mayoral Minute 7.2, recruitment of General Manager. It's a non-pecuniary conflict of interest, as I'm potentially an applicant for the position of General Manager with this council, so I'll leave the meeting when that matter is considered.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. So we now move on to Mayoral Minute and start with 7.1. And the recommendation is that asset staff be commended for their dedication and efforts in continually improving water and sewerage asset management practices and strategy development. Council staff were successful in winning this trophy, and I will hold it up to the councillors. And I don't know if you can read it against the with no background, but it is New South Wales Local Government, New South Wales Water Directorate, Sam Samara Award 2020, Most Improved Water and Sewerage Service Provider to the Wingecarribee Shire Council. So that is something to be proud of, and I congratulate the council staff, and I believe Mr. Lewis, he's smiling. You don't see Mr. Lewis smile very often the way he is now. I will stand and present and say thank you and congratulations. Thank you, Stan. And would you pass on council's congratulations to your staff?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Very much.
Would any councillor like to make comment? No, you've gobsmacked the ball. Okay, so well done. Now we move to I don't need a mover and seconder as a mayoral minute, so it is a mayoral minute. But I do need to put it all in favour. Carried unanimously, I would suggest. We move to 7.2, recruitment of general manager. Now yes, I see Councillor Turley. I'll ask Mr. Burgess to come to the front desk. We had a briefing last week and I feel we had a consensus there. So the recommendation is, and I would suggest that in point 3, that the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councillors Halstead and Whipper be elected to the panel of council, subject to those two councillors accepting that position. Councillor Whipper, you happy to be nominated? And Councillor Halstead is not online at the moment.
Yeah, I'm online.
Yes. Good.
I'm online. Why am I not online?
No, you just, yes, I don't know where you were. You've disappeared again, so staff will try and get
Well,
you back.
You better get John onto it because it's been a problem here since I logged on.
Right, you're there now.
Thank you.
I'm
thank
happy
you.
to second that, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to second that.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. I'll ask, Councillor Turlin has his hand up. To Mr. Burgess, Councillor Turlin. You're on mute, Councillor Turlin.
I'm not quite sure if I should add it to a number 5 here, is that all councillors will be part of the final selection.
Yes, you can do that. That goes without saying, but if to formalise it and get it recognised, yes, that number 5, that all councillors be that all councillors
Will participate in the final.
be included to participate in the final selection of the GM.
Thank you.
Right. So that'll be going up point 5. Be point 5.
Yep.
Any questions to Mr. Burgess?
One more question, if I may.
Councillor Turner?
Mr. Burgess, can you give us what is the minimum qualifications needed to apply for this project as general manager?
The position description criteria requires that the applicants have a degree, postgraduate degree, in a related field, extensive experience in local government, or other.
We're getting feedback from someone.
Yep, it's big.
Has we got Facebook on or?
No, I'll just turn it down a bit. Is that better?
Yeah, you're not. Yes, there's no feedback.
Yeah, I just turned it down a bit. So the minimum qualifications is a degree in local government.
No degree, an appropriate degree in relation to whatever sector it might be, preferably with a postgraduate degree in management in other fields, extensive local government experience or demonstrated experience in another sector, the capability of relating to communities and to councillors and to the staff, and the overall ability to strategically manage an organisation like Windsor Carriage Road.
Yeah, I understand that, but what I'm trying to get at, there obviously is postgraduate degrees in local government.
No, councillor, Mr Burgess, I'll get him to clarify what he said, and I've got you, councillor McLaughlin.
It is a postgraduate degree, preferably in management or similar.
But doesn't word no, local government?
Doesn't have to be local government, so long as it's related experience.
That will come down to councillors when they're doing their selection. And having gone through this process a few times, but in the last one, there were, I think, 30 something applicants, and some of the applicants were glorified pizza delivery, they thought they'd have a go. So there is nothing to stop anybody from applying. And I know we will get some very, very light criteria, qualified people to apply for the job. I know that now. But you're right, Councillor Turlin, the criteria and the qualifications have got to be very clear, so the culling process can be very much identified.
So why do we not have in the criteria something that mentions a postgraduate degree in New South Wales local government, like Mr Paul has? Mr Paul is really well qualified.
Well, basically because that's the idea of the panel, that the panel will meet with Mr Burgess, go through the criteria. We will agree on behalf of council, and I believe councillors have got to trust and have faith in their council representatives to make sure that the advertising that we go out with meets the criteria that we would expect of a general manager. Councillor Scandon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, following on from Councillor Turland, we actually do a psychologist report of shortlisted candidates, do we not? Could I ask?
Correct.
And that would include profiling candidates for their ability to deal with the environment of local government, which is fairly robust. Am I correct in that, Mr Burgess?
It is not specific to that, but it would identify the overall psychological capacity of the individual candidate.
I think it's one of the most complex jobs in the universe to be a general manager with the council and the community and obviously the organisation. Thank you.
Yes, Mr Burgess agrees with you wholeheartedly. Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just carrying on with you, Mr Burgess, with regard to, you did say extensive experience in local government, but surely we wouldn't limit it ourselves to someone if we had a good candidate and not necessarily worked in local government. Would that be the case?
It's a matter for the selection panel, councillor.
Okay, so they don't necessarily have to have worked in local government to apply and get the position. That's all I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turlin.
So could I suggest at number 6 that the criteria is that in the words of a degree in local government management, or degree in whatever you would call the degrees in local government courses, university? Should that not be part of this motion?
Look,
I don't think that's appropriate, Mr Mayor, on the basis that that could be determined by an external candidate as being discriminatory. And under our equal employment opportunity processes and procedures, to specifically identify anybody with any particular qualification could place the council at a disadvantage in attracting other candidates.
When you see advertisement in the Sydney Morning Herald, it says the minimum qualifications is yada, yada, yada. It gives what they're looking for.
That's what we're saying in the selection criteria for this position. It's appropriate tertiary qualifications relevant to the position, demonstrated experience developing, managing strategic partnerships, understanding of what state, local and federal government, strong leadership, experience in change management, experience in strategic visioning and planning, demonstrated ability to comprehend and distill significant issues, demonstrated ability to understand broad political, social and organisational environments. So there's 12 overall after the selection criteria for consideration by the panel, selection panel, and with the assistance of the consultant, I would expect that either will be somewhat reduced because the current local government capability framework has some quite clear guidelines about how and what skills are required in a general manager.
Okay.
All right, so if there's no more debate, I put the recommendation. Councillor Scandred, have you got another question?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor. Could we just confirm for the benefit of the listeners what the timeline is likely to be on this? I know it's got to be bookended by October, which represents 12 months from when the GM finished up. Could Mr. Burgess just comment on the anticipated, all things being equal, appointment window, please?
Councillor Scandred, that is difficult to forecast. Will depend on the successful candidate. I would think you would probably be looking at some time towards mid-May if it's an external applicant, because I need to give notice of wherever they may be currently working. Particularly if it's in local government, there are contractual provisions about notice. Then there's relocation and other associated activities in onboarding, such as medicals, those
Thank you,
sorts
Mr. Burgess. So if all things go all right, maybe 3 months before the end of our term. Thank you.
Yes, the expectation that I've always advertised would be towards the end of May or early June. That is my expectation.
Thank you.
Okay, so with no further ado, I'll put the recommendation as printed. All in favour, and it is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We now move to the first visitor item, and I welcome Hope Waters. Ms. Hope Waters out there, Robertson, on the eastern extremities. Welcome to you. Welcome to you, Ms. Waters. And I see you're getting connected now. And Ms. Waters will be speaking in relation to 12.1, Development Application 20/0018, Proposed Markets at the Southern Highlands Arts Collective, 7476 Illawarra Highway, Robertson. Are you there, Ms. Waters? Ms. Waters? No, you are not there. So what I will do, so who's that? Can somebody please see Lisa Stratford to give her a call and tell her we will do the report by the chair of the Audit Risk and Improvement Advisory Committee as while we're trying to get connected. So Ms. Edwards, are you present?
Ms. Edwards is not on.
Okay, hang on. Who do we? Are you there, Ms. Waters? You're on mute. You're on mute.
She needs to connect.
Okay. Oh, it works.
Yes, the system works. You're live to the world, so be careful what you say from Robertson.
Oh, sorry. This is the first time I've had a go at anything like this.
Okay, now somebody has standing in front of the camera.
Sorry. What have I got to?
Somebody's got a finger on the lens.
No, I can't hear. Sorry.
Okay, now we go.
No, that's turning it down. Oh, I think we're turning it up. Right. Oh, wonderful. I think we've got it up. Can we... Yes?
All right. Ms. Waters,
Yes,
can you hear me now?
I certainly can, thank you, yes.
Okay, now
Right.
you just face the camera and turn the iPad to you so we can see you a bit more clearly. But your time will start from any time now, Ms. Waters.
So, sorry, we've got to turn it. I can see a plus and a minus.
Yeah, away you go, Hope.
Oh, it's okay?
Yes, away you go.
Right. Well, thanks for listening to me anyway. And in some ways, I'm not against the proposal because I'm very much inclined to think that development is very important. When we first started here 45 years ago, there was only the hotel and ourselves, the feed shed, and a little petrol station just over the road. But we only had a very minor trunk road. Now there's a very busy, can you hear? A very busy highway, especially at weekends. Now, at weekends, we have this business centre here now has, apart from the original buildings, we have 2 takeaways. We have the buildings at the shack. We have 4 buildings, 4 businesses. We have a chemist, the supermarket, and the fruit market, so that you can imagine just how what a sort of a bottleneck this area is. And I'm very concerned about safety for the area when the traffic and the parking is so, well, it's just chaotic. People park all day. And I might say that I know it's the stall holders from across the road that park all day, just on the main street, so there's no traffic flow. And it could cause a real safety issue, and that is really my concern. And I think it needs to be addressed. Talk about safety, some people even park across driveways, and I know for certain this because when I finished work the previous market, which was only a couple of weeks ago, our driveway was blocked and I couldn't get out, and the car had been there all day. Now, if there'd have been emergency service coming to get in, an ambulance or fire, it could have been a matter of life and death. And these things can't be ignored. There's only one other point I'd like to make, and that's in relationship to the presentation of the village. The side streets, people are parking on the verges there and ripping up the verges. And the owners, they have a real sense of community and they like to keep their places well presented. So if we're going to have a meeting every month, it's going to be like the Robertson Show every month. And I think they're going to be very discontented with the whole situation. And that's all I'd like to say, really. And I'd like to thank you for listening to me. And I'm very pleased with myself that I could actually work this thing.
Well said. Well said. Look after Robbo, and we'll speak soon. So I'll have you disconnected now, Hope. And,
oh no, that's wonderful. And I mean, I think you're left with quite a problem. I don't know how you'll ever think to handle it, but I think there is sort of issues to be dealt with. Thanks, Duncan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, councillors, we'll seeing we've had an address, then we'll move to visitor items. That was public forums.
He's disconnected and he hasn't yet. Now we have.
Yes.
Okay. We move to visitor items 9.1, report by the Chair of the Audit Risk and Improvement Advisory Committee by Ms. Jan Edwards. We are connecting with you, Jan, if you are there. You're there, Ms. Edwards, but not quite online yet.
Jane, can you hear us?
Ms. Edwards, can you hear? Can you hear? Good afternoon, Ms. Edwards.
Good afternoon to you all.
Okay, have you heard the introduction?
No, I'm sorry, I haven't. I was brought into the Zoom room.
Well, you've done well. I've just introduced you as the chair of the Risk and Audit Committee. Before you commence, thank you for your efforts and time that you've put in for the last 3 years, I think, is be longer than that, I've just been told. I'm not sure how long, Ms. Edwards, but thank you for your community involvement and your time you've given the community. So I'll hand it over to you, and away you go, and you'll take questions after your presentation.
Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you for your comments. I'm going to assume everybody has received the report and had a chance to look at it. So I won't go through the report itself particularly, but happy to answer questions on it after. I'd just like to say that the committee's objective, one of the committee's main objectives this year, was to continue to improve the synergy between the risk and the audit compliance, review and reporting of risk and audit of compliance of those risks. There has real importance to this objective because audit compliance work is intended to test the strength and exercise of controls over risk. So if they're not connected and are dealt with separately, as they often are and have been in council, but often are in other organizations as well, you often get lost between whether the audit work is in fact addressing the risks. So it is an important objective, and we've made some real progress this year. We haven't got as far as we wanted to. We've come a long way, but not as far as we wanted to, mainly because of the pair of speed bumps that hit us on the way, being the bushfires and the pandemic, which tended to deflect the council resources to the more urgent work of protecting the community, and we buy into that completely. But despite those emergencies, council staff did work very positively and productively with us through the year, and with the auditors as well. And for this, I want to thank them. But I also want to thank them on what I have seen become a genuine focus on continuous improvement in council staff. And that is something that has grown over the past few years. We are found that the sophistication and professionalism as related to the risk audit and improvement work has come a long way. And I found this particularly since I was a baby on this committee, and that was a while ago because I now consider myself a dinosaur. So that has improved dramatically in my time. So I really want to thank them for that growth and for the efforts they've put in what can be considered a fairly tedious committee because of the work we do, but it is important. And I actually also would like to thank the council on behalf of the full committee for their support for all our endeavors on risk audit and committee. I'm assuming that when the elections are held, that will end the term of my chairship, which has been extended, of course. So that thank you is for the whole term from me for the chairship. And on that note, I'll hand over to you for any questions on the report itself or anything I've said.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. And yes, your committee and Councillor Turland and then Councillor Scandrett. But next Risk and Audit Committee, I'd like you to pass on council's thanks to your team. And again, the time and effort they've put in has to be appreciated by by the community. So we'll take a question from Councillor Turlin, then Councillor Scanlon.
Good afternoon, Jan.
Good afternoon, Councillor Thurman.
What I've got on page 39, procurement, it says a very high financial and fraud risk. Finance provides some oversight as does external auditors. My question to you is,
Can I just ask which report you're speaking to?
attachment 2, page 39, procurement.
Of the audit committee work or of the council paper?
Well, this is the audit and risk.
Okay, okay,
On
yeah,
date, the 20th of November.
okay.
I'm not sure if Ms Edwards has that report.
I don't have it in front of me, but I'll try to answer the question. If not, I'll have to take it a notice in return to you.
No, that's all right. Okay, look, the question is this, is that as a banker, as you know, as I know that you've previously been involved with the credit union, it is, my view is that you don't buy land that hasn't been zoned for the purpose.
Councillor,
Okay. Go ahead.
Well, that would be normal practice. And I would think that in procurement, if it's not zoned properly, council should not be buying it without the zoning being correct.
I don't believe this is Risk Audit and Improvement Advisory Committee
Well, it's a
comment.
huge risk, Councillor, Mr Mayor, it's a huge risk if council involves themselves in land that's not zoned for the purpose it's buying it for.
I don't-
Point of order, Mr Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I think that's relevant for an item later in the paper, but not for this report, which is relating to the address given by Ms Edwards.
It's got to be relating to the address. I won't take individual sort of opinions from the chair of the committee. It's not, this is not to take opinions. It is just to acknowledge and in relation to the report itself. Councillor Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good afternoon, Jan. As you know, I was on that committee for 6 years, and I constantly asked about the terms of reference and how they should include public representation. Could you just update us on how that is going and when is the next review, please?
Ms Edwards.
I'm trying to understand what you mean by public representation.
Oh, the ability for the public to submit items to the committee that concern them, particularly the improvement part of your title.
I think we have been through this a few times, and we have. I have taken the time to explore our brief as a committee with the Department of Local Government, and we are not authorized to interact directly with the committee on questions they have. The committee is required, the public needs to go through the council proper, because we are an advisory committee to the council directly, not to the public.
Indeed. And having said that, the title is Audit, Risk and Improvement. I'll continue on with this, but thank you for your service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And councillors, may I suggest I might send out the terms of reference for the committee so you know which questions and what questions to ask. Any other questions to Ms Edwards? Thank you very much, Jan. Thank you again for your contribution. May you have a safe and happy Christmas, and look forward to working with you next year.
Thank you very much, and have happy Christmas, everybody. Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, we now
Got to put the motion.
have the recommendation moved by Councillor McLaughlin, seconded by Councillor Turlin. All in favour, please raise your hand. All carried unanimously. We now move to 9.2, delegate applications 20/1439, construction of additionals at DP DP 1245627 Silverdale 1091 Sheep Lodge Road, Vic.
I'll move the motion.
Moved councillor Turlin, secondly councillor
Second.
Andrews.
Second.
Leave that there and welcome Mr. Stephen Grant. Good afternoon, Mr. Grant, from sunny downtown, nearly Fitzroy Falls, but you put yourself at Avoca.
Correct.
And as you know, halfway down that straight, you transfer from Avoca into Fitzroy Falls. So being a local, I'll allow you to clear yourself an Avocatarian.
Wonderful. Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. And through you, I'd like to pass on my thanks and for the opportunity this afternoon, and also for the inspection this morning at the farm, and trust everyone enjoyed seeing the horses and what we're doing here. Naturally, our reports that we submitted has got all the information in there, but of course, if there's any questions, I'd be very happy to answer them. Silverdale was established only 3 years ago as a thoroughbred stud, and in that time, we've constructed all the buildings and the fencing and everything that's required, as you see today. It has been acclaimed as a world-class facility, and that's from people within and outside the industry. But it also includes people like the head of Agri from Charles Sturt University, who was here looking in the area, the chances of one day establishing a university here. And they came to look at the facility and were really amazed at what we've got and what we had planned. That also includes people like Destination Sydney, who wrote in support of our application, and Sydney Water. Sydney Water claimed that the property provides the best examples of stormwater filtration and rain gardens that they've seen in a thoroughbred stud. We have a cross-flow system that we installed. We followed the system as designed originally by Peter Andrews, which is the man who put out the view of drought-proofing properties, and that's what we've been able to do with Silverdale. That's allowed us, in the time I've been here, to plant 36,000 plants and keep them in the condition they are today. We need the expansion because we want to have spare boxes for biosecurity. All the sales where our yearlings are prepared to sell are in this time of the year. We start from about Melbourne Cup Day and work through till late March in preparing the yearlings, and they go to 3 to 5 different sales, and so it's a very busy time of the year for us. And a lot of time those boxes will be sitting there empty, but it is in the busy period where you need it. Now, the situation arose that we are slightly in excess of the area that's designated under the LEP, but that's because what we've done is built a fully enclosed exercise area, which you would have seen this morning. So with us, all the horses are contained in their boxes and yards, and then they go into that exercise area every day. It's enclosed, which is unusual, but that's because of the condition of the weather. We don't want those horses to miss a bit of exercise or their normal regime. So it's quite unusual, but that's what we see is very important. Councillors would probably know that Avoca was named after Avoca in Ireland, both for its agricultural benefits and also the weather. And that weather is what we're trying to smooth out as far as our operations are concerned. We believe that this is the first yearling barn in Australia that's actually fully air conditioned. And you can see from what we do, we're very proud of the work, and we make a good job of it. We could certainly do it a lot cheaper than what we've done, but we want to set an example for the area, and we want to have the best conditions for our horses and our staff that work here as well. We have 8 full-time staff. We have that expands out to about 13 in the breeding season, and we have 6 local vets, farriers, etc., that work on the farm as well. Our builders are all local. I'm sure you know some of them from faces that you would have seen this morning, but they include people like Bill, for instance, who was a pilot and lost his job in COVID, and he's been working here ever since. And guys like Lenny and Peter have actually come out of retirement and love, the work that they've had from here. We support local businesses. We buy all our feed, hardware, and timber is bought locally. And we provide a lot of training. We've got a full-time trainee from TAFE working on the farm. We're now designing courses with TAFE at Moss Vale, doing a joint venture where they'll train in the classrooms there at Moss Vale, and then they'll transverse to Silverdale here, and they'll have lessons on site. And we've already had courses started, and we're going to do it in the new year, a yearling preparation course as well. It's the youth in the Highlands that really needs facilities like Silverdale. The Highlands is a great place for people to look at retirement, etc. But many of our youth leave the area and go to work somewhere else. The horse industry provides a great opportunity for these young people for training and for their first jobs, and that's what's on offer to council and the community. It is facilities like this that there needs a bit of a change in the LEP to make them to make the LEP really attuned to the size of these facilities. But there's plenty of groups like ourselves that are now considering, should they go to the Hunter Valley or should they come down to the Southern Highlands? And we see it as a wonderful opportunity for the community, particularly the youth in the area.
Mr. Grant,
yes,
your time has expired.
Yep, that's fine. I'm at the end. That's good.
Yeah. Great presentation, and yes, you're right. Having walked over it today and knowing that farm very well, as you know I do.
Yes.
It is a credit to the work and effort you've put in out there. Now, I'll take questions from councillors. Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Grant. Yeah, I did appreciate having a look at your establishment. I was duly impressed. But as you did speak to our DCP, that is one of the concerns, and council will probably have to have an address for that. But I'd just like to ask you, what do you see for the future of the equine industry here in our shire here? Do you think it's obviously we're closer to Sydney than the Hunter Valley?
We've asked the question.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Again, through you, Mr. Mayor, look, it's a wonderful opportunity, but I've worked in a number of areas where people have looked to get development to supply jobs for the future. And Norwest Business Park is one of my projects that I've worked on for many years. I've done 46 buildings there, and that provides employment for over 14,000 people. Council there very much focused on what was required to fill that business park. And we had development applications that would change the whole system, and that would council would be consulted as the planners were working through designing those buildings. So they were literally, I can show you large buildings that were approved in 1 week because council knew what was coming. And that's an example of how an area or a community focuses on achieving that goal of creating that employment. And that's what I think should happen, because it's a wonderful place for horses. It's the biggest disadvantage is the land's very dear, but with the amount of agricultural land we've got in this area that's not being used, that's just an outstanding opportunity. So I think if council actually focused a little bit with the industry, I think it could be a great facility for everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Councillor Turlin, if we can keep our answers fairly succinct, we have a long way to go to this business paper. Councillor Turlin.
Yeah, look, good afternoon. Look, page 42 of the plans that we've got, the covered area of the training facilities for the horses is, from what I can work out, about 320 square metres, which normally would be outside. That's what you were indicating?
Yeah, that'd be approximately right. I haven't checked the figures at all, but that sounds about right.
So 320 square metres would normally be outside, so therefore, if that wasn't there, it would have complied with the DCP.
Yeah.
Perfect, but you've gone the extra step, which is fantastic. Good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Halstead.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Look, I was very impressed with what I saw out there today, and it's pretty clear from what you've just said, which obviously supports what one can see with one's eye, is that the equine industry is very interested in the area or the Highlands, and that's great. I'm concerned that, for example, that there's no impediment put in your way, because it's very clear that the proposed development is not only magnificent, but it's obviously permissible, which is what always interests me. In other words, you can do it with consent, and that's what you'll get. I'll just make one statement, is that whatever else you might want to undertake, I'd be real careful that you do it with a consent. And I'm not suggesting you are or will be, but just to be sure that the processes are followed properly. Thank you.
Yep, definitely.
Thank you. Any other questions? I'll just make this comment, and you've got a mover and a seconder, Mr. Grant, that with the variation of what you're asking, you're setting a little bit of a precedent. And although I know the support for council to approve your DA tonight, there will be a review of the DCP in relation to the size of buildings and for the equine industry, and that will entail how many acres and whereabouts it's placed on the within the property. So that because that is going to be a big building, and that's why you've come back in for a variation. I wish you well with your venture, and I'll watch the hill move from the left-hand side of the property to the right, and
back to the left.
And then back to the left. So, but it is a credit, as I say, to the district, and we wish you all the very best with it. So
Thanks,
we'll be taking you offline now, and we bid you farewell. So thank you very much.
Yep. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, now we have a recommendation, councillors. Will somebody please get this? So can we, we'll just take Mr. Grant offline. Thank you. Okay, councillors.
Put the motion, Mr. Mayor.
If there's no discussion, I'll just put the recommendation. Then I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please raise your card. Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. I think that is going to be one of the premier developments within the Shire for a long time to come. 9.3, development application 19-1650, proposed eco tourist facility 198 Foxrow Road, Canyon Lee. Now we have Mr. Jonathan Lavolsi will address council against the development. Now, before we go, we're looking for
Mover.
Well, at this stage, yes, you have the right, councillor, to tell them to move it. Is there a seconder? Okay, at this stage, there's no seconder for the application, so I will leave it sit until we hear the address in relation to Mr. Jonathan Lavolsi. Are you there, Mr. Lavolsi? Councillor, thank you. Just before you start, Councillor Andrews has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, I'll second it. I think it's important that there should be a debate, so I'll second the motion.
Okay, so the motion has been moved and seconded. Moved by Councillor Turlin and seconded by Councillor Andrews. We will now go to the address from the objector. Mr. Lavolsi, your time starts. And welcome to the council meeting.
Okay. Yep. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I'm speaking on behalf of 10 property owners on Foxgrove Road at Canyon Lee. We have all read the council assessment report, and while we acknowledge the efforts made by the council so far to address the multitude of issues raised by this proposal, we remain concerned. We note also that council is relying upon reports prepared by the owner when such reports should have been prepared by qualified practitioners. These reports relate to two very critical issues. The first is the suitability of Foxgrove Road as a single point access to the development. The road is not sealed and is narrow. Critically, in times of bushfire, how will it manage emergency vehicles needing to approach a site while others are leaving? This point is evident during last year's catastrophic bushfires. We note the proposed consent refers to a traffic impact assessment report prepared by council's own Manager of Infrastructure, Dominic Lucas. It is unclear why council's management has prepared this report. The report is not available on the DA tracker. The proposed development will have a significant adverse impact upon Foxgrove Road. Please note, in the Guide to Traffic Generating Developments, version 2.2 by the RTA section 3.4, casual accommodation has a daily vehicle trip rate of 3 per unit one way. To the residents, this is concerning. The traffic impact assessment should assess the impacts of the proposal and identify reasonable solutions to address these impacts. In our opinion, the dust suppression techniques highlighted in the Dust Suppression on Foxgrove Road report is not an adequate solution. It's ambiguous and has no regulations. Legally, how can council have a resident managing a public road? We ask this question. The assessment report has not properly justified its conclusion that access to the site is suitable. The dust suppression report has been conducted by the owner, Mr. Frank Maley, who has a clear conflict of interest. The report has also not been available on the DA tracker. With the proposed consent, there is no requirement for the upgrades to make Foxgrove Road suitable. In regard to Mr. Maley recommending speed limits to his guests, an operator of such a facility has no jurisdiction over a driver of a vehicle on a public road. Foxgrove Road is a single lane dirt road with a default speed limit of 100 kilometres an hour. The road requires passing vehicles to significantly reduce their speed and pull into the drain. It's a safety concern that cannot be ignored. The second concern, if the development is to be approved, it is essential that the conditions of consent be comprehensive, unambiguous, and capable of enforcement. The history of the site is such that we are concerned about the ongoing management, in particular, that it remains operative only as an eco-tourist facility. There will be many others who wish to establish eco-tourist facilities in the Shire who are watching with interest, the rather low bar that council is setting. That being said, it does not appear that the draft conditions of consent are explicit in their requirements. In a case such as this, we believe council should ensure that the conditions of consent should be very explicit in what the expectations are. The most obvious example is the claim in the assessment report that there will be an external audit of the site and the business, both initially and ongoing, for certification. However, this does not reflect in the conditions of consent. In summary, I can only reiterate on behalf of myself and most of the residents on Foxgrove Road that we remain concerned that the critical issue of access has not been dealt with correctly. Our preference would be that the DA is not approved until such a time as an agreement is reached with the applicant to provide suitable upgrades to Foxgrove Road. If the DA is to be approved, it is essential that the draft conditions of consent be strengthened to provide an unambiguous, enforceable set of requirements with a particular emphasis on the operation of the site only as an eco-tourist facility. We understand council is concerned about the financial implications associated with this DA, but council does need to consider the impacts to all the people affected.
Thank you, Jonathan. Your time has expired, but thank you for your address, and I hear your concerns. You are happy to take questions?
Oh yes, yeah, that's fine.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Lavalsi. I was just wondering, what would you think would be suitable upgrades to the road, given the dust that we saw today, and I imagine the filtration into people's water tanks? What do you see as the solution?
Oh, look, really, the road is narrow and dangerous, and you can't pass two people safely along the road. And the dust is a huge concern, especially we have two houses that are built within 50 metres to the road, and you always see dust just bellowing over and sitting on their roof. So they're drinking that dusty water. So look, the road does need to be widened and a suitable surface, like some sort of ceiling or something on it to make it safe and dust, suppress the dust.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from councillors? Councillor Scandrett?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Llewellyn, yes, we experienced the road coming in because with COVID, councillors were all in single vehicles in convoy. There were a number of trucks coming out. How would you see that be managed? It's a public road, and were water conditions be imposed, watering of the road conditions, would they have to be delivered by an independent contractor? Because I worry about
Okay, thank you, councillor Scandrett. Question has been asked.
Yeah, so
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
yeah, thank you, Councillor Scandrett. Look, I don't see that you can really get around it by not sealing the road. No matter how many water carts you put on that road, depending on the weather conditions, if we have a dry summer, yeah, you could water it and then 10 minutes later it's dry again. So I just can't see how watering the road is really going to fix the issue, especially for the 2 residents that live close to the road. Yeah, look, speed limits are a big thing. Like we've had a lot of near misses on the road. People get on this dirt road and just think, yep, that's it, and they excess, like they do 80 to whatever. We had a van that was written off just down the road from me not that long ago, and he mentioned that he was doing 100 k's an hour on that road, which is just mind blowing. So look, yeah, I really can't see how you can class watering it as a solution.
Are there many houses past there? What sort of number of cars would you think go down there?
So it all just depends. We've got, I'll just count them. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And there's 6 before Mr. Maley's property. And then I believe he's got 2 houses on his property. And then there's several past that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? No further questions. Councillor Turwood.
Are you aware, if I may ask the question, that over the past many years, this has been approved and been active as a tourist accommodation?
Mr. Laverty?
Yeah, no, we didn't know that he'd have any, like, frankly, had any approval whatsoever. Yeah, so no, I didn't realise that an application had been put in. Like, none of the residents knew about it, and yeah, if it had been approved, I question why no one was notified.
No, sorry, I think I'm going back a little bit further. 1974, the DA approval, the old building approval process allowed the building of the different facilities, the toilets, the camp kitchen. Okay, so did Mr. They were approved.
Oh, okay, so when it was it purchased as a business or was it purchased as a property? So, and did it have just continuing use from that? Like I've never known this to have any sort of approval, and I know quite a few neighbours, especially the one on the corner that was, I think he's 78 at the moment. He was there since he was 6 years old. So yeah, George has never mentioned this to me. Surely he would.
Well, thank you, Mr. Lavolsi. I'll ask council staff to make comment on what information they have in relation to DA approvals. But if there's no more questions, thank you. Councillor McLaughlin, last question.
Well, it was a question to staff that that the report on the traffic was not on the DA tracker. I was going to ask staff why it wasn't there.
Okay, well, that's to staff, but not to Mr. Lavolsi.
No.
So if that be the case, then thank you, sir. And we'll just go to councils now, and you can follow us on Facebook.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, councillors.
Okay, question, you've got a couple of questions Mr. Wilton, but will you give a introduction, please? Oh, no, Mr. Frank Maley will address council in favour of the application. So are you online, Mr. Maley? Coming online, councillors, so just bear with us for a couple of seconds. Good afternoon, Mr. Maley.
His audio is just connected.
Waiting for audio to connect. Okay, you can hear me, Mr. Maley? Mr. Maley, are you on mute or?
Yes. I can hear you.
Okay. Then have the floor, and you've been briefed on the timeframes, whatever. So it's all yours, Mr. Maley, and good afternoon to the council meeting. We have connection problem there somewhere. Your screen has frozen, Mr. Maley. I'm not exactly sure whether it's on your end. It's on your end, Mr. Maley. Can't do anything. We'll make a phone call, and while that is, you're being reconnected, I'll ask Mr. Wilton to do the introduction, and if you have any questions from councillors or councillors have any questions, we'll come back. Mr. Wilton.
Through the chair, the purpose of this report is to consider DA 191650, which seeks consent for an ecotourism facility at 194 Fox Grove Road, Canyon Lea. The site is zoned E3 Environmental Management and occupies an area of approximately 52.6 hectares, containing existing dwelling, secondary dwellings, cabins, toilets, and a kitchen facility. The merits of the proposal seek consent for continuous use of existing buildings, including cabins, amenities, games room, and also camping areas. The proposal also seeks consent for on-site camping of approximately 48 guests, including on-site campsites and also perimeter camping grounds. The site contains pockets of Southern Highlands Shale woodlands, Mittagong Sandstone EEC, which is not proposed to be altered as part of this application. The site is bushfire prone, and the proposal has been referred to the Rural Fire Service under Section 100B of the Rural Fires Act, and has obtained a bushfire safety authority, including access and egress to the site. Proposal seeks to comply with the relevant provisions of Clause 5.13 of the Wingecarry Local Environment Plan, and has been provided detailed plans on achieving compliance with the ecotourist facility definition. The application was notified with 4 submissions being received, raising issues with respect to previous uses without consent, commercial use of the site, compliance with the ecotourist facility definition, road deterioration, noise, traffic, and dust. Detailed responses to those submissions have been provided on pages 54 to 56 of the report this evening. Due to the presence of asbestos fragments on the site, the applicant has been required to provide contamination reports and also a DSI report which indicates that there's probable asbestos on the site given the history of the development. The DSI report also confirms that soil sample locations did not identify any contamination. In order to address this issue, council staff have provided a draft condition of consent by way of deferred commencement to enable removal of the identified asbestos fragments and also lawful disposal. Accordingly, council staff recommended deferred commencement and has made it available to council for determination.
Thank you. Now, before we go to questions to Mr. Wilton, I've got you, Councillor McLaughlin. We'll go back to Mr. Maley and we'll take him before, in case something goes wrong again with the connection. So we'll then take questions to Mr. Maley and then back to Mr. Wilton. Mr. Maley, you have the right to address council, and welcome to the session or the meeting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right, there we go.
I've just lost the presentation. It's just come off the screen
That's all right.
for some reason.
We can hear you off screen.
Okay. All right. So the overview is I'll go through the DA submission, what is Moreton Park Ecotourism, and then working together. So we go to the next slide. So first of all, ecotourism is permissible by consent. We had a large number of experts, ecological experts, bushfire, water, that provided all the documentation for this proposal. The recommendation have in turn been supported by council staff, and hence the staff report recommended for approval. There's significant appeal for nature-based tourism, and there's a large number of these types of animals that I've listed here. They roam the land holding all the time, and we can view them with minimal interference. There are also other threatened species that were uncovered during the ecological report, and it's a quite detailed report, and I'd recommend that you have a look at that. Next page. The proposed development would utilise the existing structures and existing cleared and developed parts of the land holding. So there's no requirement at all to remove any native woodlands or any habitat. The development would increase the opportunity and awareness and enjoyment of the natural environment for the community, and also provide us with an income that the land we can use to then reinvest into the land. And I'll go into a bit more of that later. Next page. Okay, the proposed ecotourism venture would also be enabling ongoing funding and maintenance enhancement of the natural environment. And there's also other species that we believe, not me, but the eco report. And if you have a look at that report, it lists these. Next page. Yes, there were some submissions by neighbours, and I'm only too happy to sit down with all of them and talk about their issues. I did quite an extensive dust analysis in terms of the prevailing wind. I've taken video recordings of vehicles going up and down at various speeds. And I do believe if you limit the speed, and I understand it's a public road, but I will, when I submit to my guests when they come, there'll be a hand guide that has recommended requirements when they attend my property, and one of them will be their speed. Traffic, there was a complete traffic analysis, and if you look at the numbers, the maximum number of people that can come to the property is 48. And that's between 2 and 4, say, people per car. If we say about 18 arrivals, that's over. People don't all come at once, and it's over a extended period of time. The car density is probably around 2 to 3 per hour. So in terms of the actual density, it's quite low. In terms of fire, we've got a quite well-defined fire plan, and I'd like to stress, if we're in a catastrophic situation like we were last year, no one would be on my property. I would close. I would refund people's, if they've put a deposit or something, there would not be anyone here. And if there was someone here and the conditions were so poor, I would be requesting them to go home anyway. Next slide. So what is Moreton Park Ecotourism? So we're building on the past. As was mentioned before, there was a development application and approval back in the 70s, where the whole idea is to be in tune with nature and giving families and groups opportunities to camp. We're not a caravan park. We want people to learn and experience and understand and appreciate the natural surroundings. I've had a large number of telephone calls with the Indigenous groups. And at the moment, I've spoken to a number of people, Auntie Val, Kim Levers, and until I get the DA approval, we can't really put the plan in place. But they've indicated to me that they're very keen to do something. I also want to run an eco fund, and what this would be, in addition to funds that I would get out of running this, I would request that people could voluntarily add to the eco fund, and any of those funds we would use for events. And those events would be run quarterly to do, for example, weed reduction, planting of native trees, etc. Also, I've already made inquiries with Ecotourism Australia, and again, I can't really register until I've got the approval. There's quite a registration requirement, but I believe that the one registration I believe that Moreton Park would be applicable to is Eco Certified Tourism, and I would pursue that immediately. I'm also working with groups. Yeah.
Your time has expired.
Okay.
But we will put up is there any more slides there?
I've only got one slide and I'm finished.
I'll let that be put up, and I'll ask councillors to ask questions of you. So has any councillor got questions to Mr. Maley? Councillor Turl.
You just reinforced what I was the understanding that there was previously approval at 2000, in the 70s, 74, for a tourist park, which is what it is at the moment, that you're requesting. And the only reason why you've lodged the DA
Mr. Mayor, point of order.
Yeah.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Question, not a lead in. It's just ask the question, did you have permission in 1974 issued by council for a development? That's the question.
Well, that's only half the question. The part of the question which relates to both of them, it also means that the reason why the DA is lodged now is because the continuous use has lapsed.
Is that correct?
Through the chair.
Now I'll ask Mr. Wilton to address that. But questions to Mr. Maley, please.
Well, that was for Mr. Maley.
Okay, then Mr. Maley can answer it and be clarified by Mr. Wilton when it comes back to council, and then it will be Councillor Scandrett. Mr. Maley, Councillor Turland has just asked for you to ratify that you had permission, and that is why it lapsed, and that's why you're not operating today.
Okay, the position is that I requested a GIPA to uncover any documentations required, because in existing use rights, there's no piece of paper in council that just says, yes, there's existing use rights. So what you need to do is go back in history and obtain paperwork from council that proves or disproves whether you have existing use rights. As far as I've uncovered, there were specific specific DAs for the kitchen, the amenities block, and also for tourism that were approved over the course of the years. And I believe that was ongoing because there were a number of owners of the property, Malloy, Ian Southern, that had purchased the property and continued using it as a tourist facility right up until the 2000 and whatever, when unfortunately Ian passed away from cancer.
Okay, so thank you. Councillor Scandrett, then Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Maley, would you agree that probably the biggest issue here is road safety, dust and the like? And can you advise how you would be intending to water the road if such a condition was imposed? I'm not saying that other conditions won't be imposed.
Thank you, Councillor Scandrett. Mr. Maley.
Okay, so I agree that country roads, when you drive on them, produce dust. I believe that increased speed increases the production of dust. The analysis that I performed had video recordings at different speeds. I also analysed the dust particles. Fortunately, Foxgrove Road has got fairly large particles as compared to, for example, further down Canyon Lee Road when it becomes dirt, it's quite fine dust. So I believe, number one, the people go up and down that road every day, as I do. You can pass each other. I don't believe it's not true that you can't pass each other. You can.
Mr. Maley,
yeah.
Councillor Scandrett was more specific in relation to the dust control measures.
Yeah, so I'll get up there. So first of all, I think if you keep the speed down, you minimise the dust. Second of all, there's two properties, one on the eastern side and one on the western side of Foxgrove Road that are in close proximity to Foxgrove Road. Every other property is 200, 300, 400 metres away. The prevailing wind is from the southwest. So the one property that is most affected is the one on the eastern side.
Mr. Maley,
So-
we allow 1 minute to answer a question,
Okay.
and you've expired on both of them. I think the specific was more about water measures and whatever. So, Councillor McLaughlin.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Maley, I'm a bit concerned about the asbestos that's on your property and that was brought in, I believe, for the motorbike track that ran through your property. Where did that asbestos come from? Was that brought in with material onto the site?
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin.
The motocross track was not produced with external material at all. It was produced with a bulldozer that pushed dirt up and built the track. There was no imported material at all. The origin of the handful of asbestos pieces, I don't know who put it there or why they put it there, but the entire motocross track, the entire property in my stage 2 DSI, I had over 130 samples taken across my property, and the chemical analysis from a lab in Sydney came back with 0 contaminants. The handful of asbestos is surface only. It was not produced during the manufacturing of the track. There is no building materials, bricks, tiles, glass, fibro within the body of the track anywhere. So you pick up those handful of pieces and it's all gone.
Okay.
So that's the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Maley. Any other questions? Last one, Councillor Whipper.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Maley, I heard you say that you can't get ecotourism certification until you get the approval. I can't understand the logic behind that. Could you explain that, please?
Okay, so for the website Ecotourism Australia, you can go to their website, and on their website you have the ability to join them and become part of that organisation and get certified. And they have a different levels of certification. And when you go in there and apply, you have to have a business, you have to be approved. They ask for revenue that you generate. So they ask a lot of questions that you can't answer until you're actually, you've got your DA and you're running. So I've done all that work to look at what I can do. And I believe the one certification that's applicable to what we're trying to do here is called ecotourism. And it's all on their website. So it's not me, it's their stipulation when you apply.
Mr. Maley, thank you. I only interrupt because your time frame for answering the question is finished. Councillor Halstead?
Yes, I'm just wondering who actually constructed the bike track? Is that something recent or not? Because I don't recall that being there many years ago. Can you answer that one, please?
Thank you, Councillor Halstead. Mr. Maley?
Yeah, so the Blackwell brothers, so Nathan Blackwell, constructed the track. They provided the D8 or whatever size bulldozer it was, and constructed the track.
Okay, thanks for that. I'm just, what I'm trying to get at is to establish whether that was there was actually legally there. In other words, was it given the consent or not? I don't expect you to know that answer.
Thank you, Councillor Halstead. All right, any further questions? Last question, then thank you, Mr. Maley. We will disconnect you now. You can go to Facebook and we'll take questions from councillors to Mr. Wilton. Now, Councillor McLaughlin had one initially, as did Councillor Turlin. Councillor McLaughlin, will you repeat yours? Then Councillor Turlin, Councillor Scandrick, Councillor Halstead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Wilton. With regard to the objector was pointing out that the traffic report was not on the DA tracker, and I was just wondering why that was there. And the other question, if I could slip in, because you did do a wrap of this before, Mr. Wilton. Did you mention that we are in court at the moment prosecuting over illegal operations at that property?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Councillor McLaughlin. Mr. Wilton?
Through the chair, at this stage, I'm not going to comment in relation to the legal proceedings that are on foot or not.
Okay.
That is a matter for closed council. In relation to documents that are publicly available, we do have a schedule in terms of the application's contents that are put on council's DA tracker. If a resident has specific questions relating to a specific document, they can contact council and they can get free public access in relation to that, but we don't provide all documentation on DA tracker.
Okay, I find that interesting. I thought in a matter like this where it's so important, it would be up there. Thank you.
Okay, now who was the next one? I call Councillor Turland, then Scandrett, then councillors, then Houston.
So in 1974, I believe there was approval to build those buildings in the old Mossvale Council. Is that correct? And the reason for the DA now is to correct the potential not continuous use of the facility?
Through the chair, there is a BA approval relating to a kitchen block on the site and also an amenities block. It is council's view that there's no consent relating to the broader activities on the site or use as an eco-tourist facility or for camping or any other reason.
Okay, Councillor Scandrett, then Councillor Houston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question, Mr. Wilton, goes back to this traffic again. And I think, look, generally we should be supporting this sort of development, but how do we do that where we have a condition that Mr. Malley must maintain a public road with a water cart when the traffic's busy? And how do we deal with the risk issue, seeing we're setting those conditions?
Thank you, Councillor Scandrett. Mr. Wilton.
Through the chair, as I mentioned this morning, there's condition number 31 that talks about dust suppression on Foxgrove Road. Now, there was a dust report that was submitted with the application that identified that if vehicles that are using that or attending an event that's over, I think it was a volume of 10 vehicles, Mr. Marley would be required to either to contract or otherwise a water cart to be able to dust suppress a lot of the dust around those houses that are adjacent to that road. Now, in terms of legal liability, that's a matter for the cart operator. The consent requires, or draft consent requires, on the condition 31, that water cart will be used around those houses to suppress dust.
Yes, I just don't get how we can condition on a public road third-party action. I'm sorry, second question, because Councillor McLaughlin had to.
Look, councillors, we have a huge business plan. Please don't make commentary after your question's been answered. And Councillor Scandrett, you've asked a second question, and I say to councillors, the rules are, and we know the rules, it's one per councillor because we've got 8 councillors. That's, if everybody asks a question, we'll never get through. Councillor Scandrett.
My question's been answered, Mr. Mayor, and that is quite clearly we are in a risk situation with this.
Thank you, Councillor Scandrett. That's what I say. You would have to comment. Your question is then, please debate that further on. It is trying to lead councils in a direction. Councillor House.
Look, I gave an indication today on site that I'd be asking certain questions. One of them related to restrictions to user. Obviously, I want to be able to get involved in the debate proper when that comes up, and I'll be moving a motion of that relates to a deferral for an obvious reason. But can I just confirm with Mr. Wilton that there is no mention of or let's say, move to at this time in the conditions put forward or in the report put forward to apply the Section 88 under the Conveyancing Act 1919.
Thank you. Mr. Wilton.
Through the chair, that is correct. There's no requirement for an 88B instrument to be prepared by the applicant and imposed on the lot related to the site.
Thanks, Mr. Wilton.
Okay, we are now in debate. And Councillor Halstead has flagged that he's going to move an amendment. So whether you want to move that now, Councillor Halstead, or go into debate and move it later.
Oh, it makes no difference to me, Mr. Mayor. It's pretty simple. And that is, I won't muck around. I'll move it now so that you can rule on it. But that the matter be deferred until the 9th of December, so that the report that was put before the council is comprehensive and includes reference to the possible application of restrictions to user under the Conveyancing Act 1919 to ensure the application of conditions are complied with. Leave it at that. I think if that's probably straightforward enough. I think there are other things that can come up in debate.
I'll second that.
Oh, well, okay. Okay.
Councillor McLaughlin had his hand up. Seconded by Councillor McLaughlin. Now speakers for the motion, Councillor Turley.
Yeah, with the seconder, may I ask, it's Councillor Andrews, not Councillor McLaughlin, the seconder of the motion.
Yes, it is too.
Yeah. Councillor Andrews.
Yep, correct.
Anyway, look, with Councillor Andrews' approval, may I put a second part to that? It's not the motion, the recommendation, as that an 88B instrument be implemented as a requirement of the DA on the restriction of the title for its use, for the purpose and use. Is that wording all right, do you think, Mr. Wilton?
Mr. Wilton?
Through the chair. Look, the consent will stand on its own, but if councillors of the bid, they would like to provide an 88B instrument, I'd probably be more inclined to provide an 88E, which is a public positive covenant, which in terms of savings and transitional provisions relating to an LEP document, it won't be stood aside. So,
okay, I just want to make it, the reason why we bring that to it, as Councillor Housestead brought it up today, this clarifies what the site can and cannot be used for. It's clear, it's on the title, there's no more questions from here on. That's it if it gets approved.
I just make the point, Mr. Mayor, through you, that I didn't mention any part of 88. I just said a restrictions to user. The one that has been mentioned by Mr. Wilton is obviously appropriate, but I felt that that the report may also be deficient in some other areas which were referred to today, and I'm not going to go into any detail, but I figure that it may be, or these things may be addressed better by Mr. Wilton if it's deferred.
Thank you. Now, speakers for the motion.
Yeah, well, I haven't spoken yet.
Yes, now, are you happy with the change of the addition of point 2, Councillor Andrews?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, no problem.
Okay, Councillor Turley.
Well, since it's a big business paper, let's just move forward and then I'll have a right of reply at the end. So if Councillor Andrews likes to speak now for it, then I'll speak at the end as right of reply.
Does anybody else want to speak in favour of the recommendation? Then speakers against? Councillor Whitmer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'm supporting the amendment. After seeing the property today, there are concerns, I believe, in relation to the road. When we went out there, there was a semi-trailer coming down and traffic was forced off the road into the gutter, as Mr. Lavossley said. I think there are some genuine concerns in terms of safety around that road issue. So I'd like more information on that. The other thing is, and ironically, I heard Mr. Malley say that he's put an application in for a eco tourist facility, but he can't get accreditation until he gets a DA. I mean, that seems to be cross purposes for me, because we're basing approval of this as an eco tourist facility that we don't know is meeting the certification standards for an eco tourist facility. That to me is a concern. So in the deferral period, I'd like some more information around that. We have also an undertaking not to disturb any of the endangered ecological community out there. but we also have a reference to the submission of a flora and fauna report that we don't have access to. I'd like to know who did that report and to have it verified through our Environment and Sustainability Committee as well, not committee, through our E&S department as well. So there's a couple of issues there, because I think these eco-tourist facilities, there's a place for them. Usually education is a big part of that, to enhance people's ability to understand and appreciate our endangered and critically endangered ecology. But I'm not sure, some I've seen slip through, Mr. Mayor, and I'm just concerned that without that certification and meeting the standards for an eco-tourist facility, that we may be approving something that isn't an eco-tourist facility. So I'm all for the amendment, and I'd like to think that we can verify the bona fides of this as an eco-tourist facility before that report comes back, and also just to have our E&S department have a look at that, also that biodiversity report that's been lodged. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whipper. Is there any speaker in for before I go to Councillor McLaughlin? Councillor McLaughlin?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Wait, just hold. Councillor Andrews, are you speaking for or against?
For the recommendation, the motion, for.
Okay, you may speak.
Yeah, prior to the debate, I was certainly leaning towards the feeling of others in regard to deferral. My only concern has been, like many others, is the road. Now, Mr. Maley, and it's a fair, well, it's not an assumption he made, but almost a fact that, with 48 people on the site, that probably would only average out to about 3 cars on that road entering his property per hour. Now, it's reasonable to also assume that, just the normal owners there would be going to be the same level of traffic any day all year. So it's a country road. So the 3, if that's accurate, I'm happy with, and I'm certainly happy with the 88E. And the road or the dust problem and having to move over only 1, 2, 3 times an hour, I don't think is too big an inconvenience. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'll be supporting the amendment. I think Councillor Halstead and Councillor Whipper are on the money there, and especially Councillor Whipper suggesting that we've got to be sure that this lines up as an eco-tourist facility, and not just a way of getting another activity there. And I'm listening to the neighbours there that have some real concerns there with the, if we've heard about accidents and caravans being written off, I think we should take heed of that, being a dirt road. And also, these people pay rates and they've got a right to enjoy their amenity of their property. And there is a bit of a history there and a concern. So I think we should be very careful that this does meet the criteria that we are setting, and the bar is not set too low on ecotourism, because as we know, in E3 zoning, that's the only type of activity that can be allowed. And the other activities that were there before are something that is going to another place. But I think the community needs to be assured that council makes sure we get this right. And I don't think we're quite there yet. So I'm happy to see this be deferred for the moment. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any speakers for or against? Okay, Councillor Turlin, you can sum up if you wish.
Yep, thank you very much. Look, it complies with our LEP. Quite clearly, 48% of our Shire is E3 protected zone. This isn't an E3 zone which changed in July 2010 when the LEP was brought in. This is one of probably the first, or if not the second, ecotourism proposals brought to this council. I can't think of another one at this point. And it goes back to the existing use rights. Was it there or was it not? If that wasn't in question, it would be trading today. The good thing is when you read the DA, it's bringing everything up to today's standards, even bringing the buildings up to a fire standard to comply with a evacuation property, an area to if there is a fire and there's a risk, they can all evacuate to one point. The Rural Fire Service has given concurrence. The Sydney Water has given concurrence, and those documents are actually within the DA process. And so he has to follow those. As I said, it's also bringing up the buildings to the standard of today in the Building Code of Australia. Item 31, and it's dust suppression in Fox Grove Road. Admittedly, some of the statements are made by himself on how he might attend to that. But today, when we travelled there was a tractor on the back of a truck, farmer's tractor, moving from one property to the next. Now, that might not happen every day. It just happened to be when we were going past it today. And then there was a lady bringing a horse float out. That was probably more concerning, trying to get the horse float by than the tractor on the back of a truck. These wouldn't happen 24/7. They are just every now and again. And as it says in the report, and Mr. Malliott noted, that there really only seems to be 2 houses that would be affected and one on the eastern side of the road. That could be only one area that might have to have some extra treatment. But at this stage, it is also to be monitored by the neighbours that could make a complaint to the council to reinforce that that work has been done to keep the dust down. At this stage, I would think this is exactly what we need in our Shire. It's in our theory, in our Southern Highlands destination strategy, ecotourism. It has been approved in the past. And as I said, it's now going to be brought up to today's standards. And if it had continuous use right through without a question, this thing wouldn't even be here in front of us today. So it would seem that all councillors want to put it off to the 9th of December, but I'm not quite sure why. But an 88E can be implemented on the site. Okay, finished.
Okay, so we have the amendment as moved by Councillor Halstead. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your card. Councillors Halstead, Nelson, Scandrett, Whipper, McLaughlin and Gare. Those against? Councillors Andrew and Turland. I declare the amendment carried. And I will now put the amendment becomes a motion. I put the amendment as the motion. All in favour of the motion? Carried in the same voting pattern. It's a planning matter and voters have to be recorded. We move down to the third item on the agenda, councillors, and we move to the development application 2014-64 residential alterations and additions, extensions 12 Duke Street, Mittagong, and Mr. Peter Cunningham on behalf of Mr. David Roberts will address council against the DA application. We are connecting you now, Mr. Cunningham. I am looking, while that's coming on, a mover is Councillor Turland, and the seconder for the approval that has been put in the business paper, Councillor Andrews. Can you hear me, Mr. Cunningham?
Yes, I can. Whoop, sorry.
Welcome for looking down on us from over there on top of the jip.
You mean in the exclusive area?
Well, that is a matter of opinion, depending where you live, Mr. Cunningham. Okay, you have the right to address council and your time commences.
Oh, just give me a second. Oh, please. Why can't I minimize this? Bloody hell. I am trying to read something and I can't get to it because of this.
Okay,
Damn it.
Okay, so I would suggest you go off screen, leave your audio on,
Yes.
and present what you have written, and we'll listen to you on screen, but with your presentation.
Okay, look, I'll just give it a try now. I can't get off the screen. I do apologise for this. I had it all set up.
You told me you're an expert.
Yeah, you know what experts are. I can't get to. I really hang on.
You told me you're an expert.
Mr. Cunningham.
Yes.
While you're trying to sort that out, we will take you off stream. We will do the council presentation, staff presentation, because the rules are that the objector speaks first and then the applicant speaks second.
Yes, I'm aware of that. My screen is locked, just for your own information. My screen is locked. I can't get to the files behind there, and that's what I'm trying to read out.
Okay, then we will take you offline. If you can try and get that back on, and I'll ask Mr. Wilson to introduce the item. And we will take Mr. David Matthews off screen as well. Okay, Mr. Wilson.
Through the Chair, the purpose of this report is to consider DA 201464, which seeks development consent for the purpose of residential alterations and additions to a residential dwelling at 12 Duke Street, Bowra. The site is zoned R5 large lot residential under the Wingecarribee Local Environment Plan and occupies an area of 7,812 square metres. The merits of the proposal include the demolition of an existing garage, construction of a wing southwest of the existing dwelling, joined with a covered walkway, 4-car garage, workshop, guest bedroom, office, rumpus, games room, and also a veranda. The proposal seeks to comply with the numerical standards within the Development Control Plan, averaging a side setback of between 2.5 metres and 5 metres on the western boundary, and also provides for a 40-metre setback from the front boundary. The proposal also complies in terms of averaging of the front setbacks to the adjoining and adjacent properties. The new building element is single storey, and whilst marginally higher than the existing dwelling, it does not exceed 6 metres in height. The proposal also seeks to include highlight window fenestrations and also a blade wall to aid in privacy to the dwelling to the immediate west. The proposal was notified for a period of 21 days, with 13 submissions being received during that period. Those submissions detailed a range of issues from setbacks, height controls, garage being the dominant feature, tree removal, privacy concerns, bushfire issues, and also on-site sewer management. Response to those issues have been detailed in the report this evening for the councillors. Council staff have assessed the proposal in accordance with the provisions of the Environment Planning Assessment Act and accordingly have recommended approval on this occasion.
Okay, so questions to Mr. Wilton. We're still trying to sort out Mr. Cunningham's problems, but questions to Mr. Wilton from councillors, Councillor Nelson and Councillor Scotland.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Wilton, did the applicant amend the plans and relocate the building to a further site? He amended it in a small 3-4 metres to assist. Is that correct?
Through the Chair, the applicant has amended the proposal in order to ameliorate removal of trees on the site, mature trees, and also to seek a greater setback from the side boundaries as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Wilton, this DA meets with all the DCP requirements in the area.
Through the Chair, that is correct. The report indicates that there is full DC compliance with the numerical standards.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Turlin.
Is it consistent to have a 2.5 metre setback where the building is and then a 5.1 metre setback where the garage is? Could they not have built a metre off the boundary as the neighbour has done?
Before you go, yes, Mr. Wilton, then Councillor Scandrett and Councillor Houston.
Through the chair, the minimum BCA requirement for construction of a dwelling off the boundaries is 900 millimetres. In this area, generally, there's a 2.5 metre setback that's applied. These are larger lots. Dwellings that are throughout the area generally are centred in the lots, the centre of the lots rather. But on this occasion, council sees no issue in terms of a 2.5 metre setback in terms of that western wall, and then obviously a greater setback of 5 metres to enable mature landscaping to be preserved on the site in relation to the garage.
So can I ask a second question, Mr. Mayor? The garage that's been built on the other side, 30-metre garage, it's only a 1 metre setback or 900 metre setback. You just mentioned the standard is 2.5. How did that get approved?
Thank you, Councillor Taylor.
Through the chair, I believe that shed structure was considered through a compliant development certificate, which it provides for prescriptive standards in terms of distances from the site boundary. So obviously the prescriptive controls were 900 and therefore it was approved on that basis.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go back to Mr. Cunningham. We'll see if we can get him back on.
I need that dog under control, okay?
We'll take Mr. Davis. Mr. Cunningham, welcome back. We'll see if we can go from here on. So away you go.
No problem. Okay. David Roberts of number 10 Duke Street has asked me to speak against the DA. Presumably councillors have read both my early covering letter and studied the A3 graphic, which I hope can be discussed in any councillor questions later on. 1, it is absurd that council staff would even consider applying township residential standards to the large block sites atop Mount Gibraltar, both of which have different DCPs. All development must conform to the DCP prescribed for Mount Gibraltar large block, not the DCP protocols cited in the in-town Mittagong. The average boundary setbacks under the development protocols for this area are 7 metres minimum. I have calculated the actual average to be in fact 8 metres. Council staff have wrongly associated a non-serviced garden shed on number 10 that might be converted into a habitable area. That has been used to justify an entire self-contained residence, garage and workshop sited uncharacteristically close to the common boundary. It gets worse. Encroachment further reduces to just 2 metres. Staff have ignored the thickness of the water tanks that cover practically an entire wall. People pay a premium to purchase large blocks, and again in rates for the amenity of space and privacy, a fact that some ignore or are hell-bent on destroying. Having large block sites is a valuable part of planned socio-economic mix, a blend that is vital to the character of this shire. The stated entertainment purpose in the DA indicates not a granny flat, but a self-contained house for rental purposes. That precedent has already been set in the continued commercial use of 15 Gibraltar Road. In turn, 8, 9, sorry, go up here. Having an entertainment structure so close to a water tank lined with a lined wall and roof mass to see, and with privacy also invaded by the proposed rear balcony, despite the token 50% visual screen, are all assaults on the amenity enjoyed on a large block of number 10. If council were to approve this application, a legal precedent will have been created to permit all other large block properties to build within 2.5 metres of common boundaries. The character of the entire area would be changed forever. In turn, roads, water, and sewerage infrastructure would require replacement at massive cost, and any building be in line with the current 2020 bushfire codes, not the old 2019 code the design and materials in this DA now must suit the current codes. Summary points. 1. The GIB is a large lot unsewered residential zone and therefore unsuitable for multi-dwellings. 2. Permitting such on large blocks would have negative impacts on residents. 3. Would set another precedent leading to substantial increase in population on the GIB, contrary to the original LEP. Would add to known problems with water infrastructure, pressure and volume. 5, emergency egress and the capacity of roads to handle traffic should not be increased. 6, condoning increased population in an already severe bushfire environment would involve liability on council. 7, the clearly documented pattern of development on large block sites where dwellings are typically well set back from boundaries would progressively destroy this important character of our shire. 8, the impact of this DA would be negative to the amenity of privacy and serenity enjoyed by living on large block, and also diminish the property value of number 10. The resulting costs to all ratepayers for creating new or replacement water, sewerage and roads infrastructure necessary to cope with burgeoning population would be immense. This entire DA requires rejection. It requires resubmission and then be reassessed, considering the factors raised here, by an independent qualified entity. For obvious reasons, not council staff. Thank you.
Councillor, you timed that very well, Mr. Cunningham.
Took a while.
Question to Mr. Cunningham as visitor item. Councillor Turlin.
Let's get to the right pages if I can. If you look at page 106 of the report and then look at the attachment 2, 129, do you have those plans in front of you?
Me? No.
Yeah, oh, you don't, okay. Well, I'll just tell you what they are. The existing garage that's there at the moment is in the same position of where the extension of the dwelling part of this extension is. So just replacing an existing building with a new building. And then from there on, there is the garage, which has no windows facing to the west, number 10. So anyway, you don't have the plan, so it's hard for me to explain to you, but they're just pulling down one building, building another one and extending a garage. That seems to be how simple it is.
I disagree.
Well, I understand you do.
I disagree, mainly because the building sizes and purposes are totally different to what's there now. And those buildings, yes, they will be removed to make way for a large habitable area that is right up alongside the boundary and shouldn't be allowed in this zone. So you're trying to compare a garage or a workshop with a habitable building.
Thank you. We'll leave that one there. Councillor Scanlon. Question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Cunningham, what is your impression of the character of the GIB?
Unique.
A bit
Thank
more
you.
detail, please.
Thank
Large
you.
lots, etc.
Councillor Nelson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Cunningham, you mentioned in your speech, I think you referred to the DCP at Mount Gibraltar versus the DCP at Mittagong. Could you elaborate on that, please?
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Mr. Cunningham.
The application by, I can't remember the name right at the moment, sorry, has been to apply the Mittagong DCP, that is a residential setback in an urban or a suburban area, which has got roughly a 2.5 metre setback, to the best of my understanding, to a large block area, which has got on average an 8 metre setback. The 8 metre setback is a feature that is enjoyed by all residents up on top of the GIB, because it gives them space and privacy. By reducing or imposing a regulation for a suburban area onto a large block area is simply absurd.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Cunningham, are you aware of the screening that's been planted in that location next to number 10?
Yes.
I took a photo of it this morning. There will be some trees going, but yeah.
The answer is yes. Okay.
Lilies, got to screen it out. Thank you.
David Matthews to address council. Thank you very much, Mr. Cunningham. And I'm glad that tech staff are over, IT staff are over to help you out there.
Thank you very much. But just for everyone's advice.
I'm sorry, we've got to press on.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you very
Just
much.
a technical issue, that's all.
Okay, then ring council staff. I've got it.
All right, will do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll ask Mr. Matthews to come on board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matthews.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and councillors. How are you?
Hello, right. Your time starts now, Mr. Matthews, and welcome to the meeting.
Yes, thank you for considering our application. We'd just like to put forward that our application is fully compliant. Mr. Cunningham is incorrect in his interpretation of the development control plan. The 2.5 metres applies on that western boundary to the Mount Gibraltar area, and the DA's, as we've noted in the planning report by council officers, is fully compliant. This is a very contemporary single-storey extension to a dwelling. It is not a dual occupancy of any sort. It does not increase the population of Mount Gibraltar and will not lead to the council having to put in sewerage and other infrastructure for the location. So we fully support the officer's development report and are happy with the conditions of consent. You'll also note that the site is well landscaped. The proposal will not be seen from the neighbour's property to any real extent, or from the street for that matter. I'm happy now to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Are there any questions to Mr. Matthews, councillor Turley?
Yeah, have you got the plans in front of you, the report?
I do.
106. Showing the existing garage that's there.
Yes, there is on the site plan, there's an existing garage which is being demolished for the property, and then being replaced with the extensions, yeah.
My question to you is, it's in pretty well the same position as the new residential extension. Could one have just put in a DA to change the garage into a habitable section, a room?
Mr. Matthews?
Yes.
Into a room, well,
yes. Yes, it could be, that's right.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
anyway, okay, you've answered the question.
He answered the question. Any other questions? No other questions, so thank you, Mr. Matthews.
Thank you very much, councillors and Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for waiting so patiently in the wings, so to speak. Okay, we'll take you offline now and bid you farewell. And we have a recommendation as moved by councillors Turland and Andrews. Is there any debate?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment.
Councillor Scandrett, your amendment?
Amendment is a refusal as per page 116, option 2, and I'm about to email the...
It's it's a direct negative.
And I'm about, well...
You'll have to do it with the motion arising.
Okay, and I'm about to send in the reasons for that.
Okay,
Shall I just briefly mention those now, please?
Okay, we will take your motion if this motion is defeated. So until that is proved, then I will now put the recommendation all in.
There hasn't been.
I said, was there any debate? And there was no hands went up for debate. Okay, do you wish to speak to a councillor Turley?
Yes, I do. But councillor, what I'll do is councillor Andrews can speak first, and to save the timing, and I'll wrap up if there's an objection.
Well, we have an objection, so councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For some reason, for John's help, if I may need it, I keep losing you people, and I'm not sure whether you can hear me right through. So, you know, it may be very awkward. I just keep going out and losing the screen.
Hearing you loud and clear.
Okay. Look, I support the recommendation. Some of the arguments, you know, that the building from number 10 that's within a metre, 900 mil or thereabouts, within a metre of the same boundary where the owner of number 10 is claiming that the setback of this new building at 2.5 compromised them as far as landscaping and the amenity being affected. There's no compromise to the landscaping on Duke Street. It'd be very difficult to see this development in front of or behind these massive big pine trees. Also, Councillor McLaughlin mentioned a new hedge in place on that same boundary, which is about 1.6, 1.7 high at the moment, and anticipated to grow to over 3 metres. So there shouldn't be any problem with the neighbours next door with this new building. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Andrews. Speakers against?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Scandron. You're on mute, councillor Scandron.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I have major concerns about this proposal because, as we've just been through our housing strategy and so on, we didn't have a neighbourhood character assessment to go with those. And here we are talking about the character of the GIB, which is large lot residential set amongst bushland and well set back from the road and boundaries. And here we are just having a technical argument about compliance without actually dealing with the fact that it's got a substantial character. Now, I believe this development will lead to increased development on the GIB, and costs that might arise from that include putting sewerage into the whole GIB, expanding the road network, putting in water, and so on. Councillor Sullivan, you live on the GIB, just above this site. I mean, this is a very important part of the character there, and we've seen that in numerous visits. I mean, we saw off a number of developments in the last couple of years up there because they didn't fit in. But some of the reasons, if I was to move a deferral, Mr. Mayor, which is I think where I've got to go with this, I think that could be part of this would be local amenity would be affected by both noise, traffic, privacy. The GIB is a large lot unsewered residential zone, and therefore unsuitable for multi-dwellings.
You are not speaking against the motion. You are moving a...
I'm not moving it yet, Mr. Mayor. I will in a second. But I'm speaking against it. I'm giving you my reasons. The amenity of each resident here would be substantially impacted if multi-dwellings are permitted, because that's what this is. Problems with water infrastructure, water pressure, volume. This DA would lead to an increase in population on the GIB, which is contrary to the original LEP. I'm concerned about the increased population in bushfire environment and the liability to council. I'm worried about the capacity of the roads to handle any increased traffic, again in the bushfires particularly, the cost to the Shire for putting in increased water and sewerage, which doesn't exist, and roads infrastructure, the departure from the aims of the local planning. And as I say, we haven't got any neighbourhood character statements here. The development will be at the expense of the environmental character. So, Mr. Mayor, yes, I would like to put in an amendment, and that is for a deferral pending further information on those issues, which I've sent to Ms. Richardson.
Okay, are there any seconder for council's, Councillor Whipper, you have a seconder. Is there any further speakers? Well, do you wish to speak against it, Councillor Whipper?
Yeah, and in favour of the, yeah.
That's all right, because that will give me a direction for the debate. Councillor McLaughlin, then Councillor Whipper, and I'm going to ask that somebody move that the motion be put, and then we get on with the meeting. We're going to be here.
Mr. Mayor, I have moved an amendment.
Yes, your amendment has been moved and seconded by Councillor Whipper, that the matter.
Oh, yes, that's come up now. Thank you.
Councillor McLaughlin.
Councillor Scandra is talking a lot of rubbish, if I could say. I'll be supporting this recommendation. I remember that Councillor Scandra supported a secondary development in another area, a close amenity to me, because the SEP allows that. So even though we've got an LEP and a DCP, we have got a SEP that allows for affordable housing anywhere. So someone can put it in anywhere, and it's happening. And it's happening in R5, large lot residential. This one meets the DA's requirements. It meets the DCP. The house next door is a massive house, number 10. You could probably say that there is an internal granny flat in that house already. It's a massive house. It was a problem house when it was a party house many years ago, because it might have about 6 or 8 bedrooms. I'm not quite sure how many, but it is a massive house. For the complainant to say that this is too big next door flies in the face of what they have done. Their setback is closer to the road than this one. So I can't see the argument. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whipper. Then I'll ask Councillor Turlin to sum up. I've got to try and close this debate down.
Okay, I won't take long. Look, the issue is...
No, Councillor Whipper.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, look, I support the amendment. Quite clearly, it's a change of use, and I don't think it's a case of it being too big. I think the whole issue is around amenity in that area. They are large lots, 7,000 square metres, and we want to build close, within 2.5 metres of the adjoining fence. I think that sets a dangerous precedent, because we know, and as I said quite clearly, pulling down a garage and building a dwelling, a potential residential dwelling, I think is a concern. It's a complete change of use, and it changes the whole character and the use of that property. So I have real concerns about that. And quite clearly, the statement of environmental effects spells out that the proposed building is that the building will be used for living and entertainment, not for parking cars and not for a workshop. So change of use is quite obvious and sets a precedent whereby in future we could have by stealth the GIB losing all its amenity and becoming, just a holiday rental. So if we're going to make assumptions in relation to what the uses are, I think we can clearly assume that there's opportunities for that as well. I think it's really dangerous, and I think that we need to, at the very least, go into some more detail around these concerns that Councillor Scandra has raised. So, councillors, I'm asking you to consider deferring so we can have more discussion around this, because there's no doubt in my mind it'll set a precedent, and there is a definite change of use. And a habitable building that close on those large lot sizes, I think is a dangerous precedent to set.
Thank you, Councillor Whipper. You sum up, please, Councillor Turlin.
Yeah, thank you. Look, looking at the list that Councillor Scander's put forward is absolutely rubbish. Absolutely rubbish. I've built a lot of those houses, as everybody knows, on the district, on the GIB. And if you go down Oxley Drive, you'll see a brand new house with 2 dwellings already on it now being built, close to the boundary, and not a word being said. Here we are. This is victimisation against one person, and you know, Councillor Scander, what I mean. The issue here is that there's a shed that's been built right next door.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Here's the point of order. I ask councillors not to make assumptions on what other people have said or thought. Councillor Turlin.
And Mr. Mayor,
There's an existing shed that's been built next to which I think is more offensive than what's being built at the moment or potentially going to be built. So what you have is, I can have a garage a metre from my side, but I don't want you to have yours. You've got to be 7 metres away. You've got to remember this new building is connected to the old one. They are connected, they're not separated. As I said, if you go down Oxley Drive, not one question, not one even called up by council laws where there's 2 buildings being built right now, currently closer to the boundary than this one. I mean, you are labelling this project for the wrong reasons. This sewer is already on the GIB. I'm connected to the sewer. Sydney Water could ask all the GIB to be connected any time, but nothing to do with this development. Road transport, what a load of rubbish. Come on, you guys, you've got to wake up to the facts. I mean, if you don't approve this, Councillor Scandrett, I can see there'll be hell to play down the park.
Thank you, Councillor Turland. I will now.
Mr. Mayor, I didn't get the opportunity to speak to my amendment.
No, your amendment, your amendment was, you spoke to the.
No, I spoke against Councillor Turland's motion.
No, Councillor Scandrett, I am going to overrule it. You spoke and I asked you, are you moving an amendment? A vote defer it, and you were starting to speak against it. I take what you said as speaking to your amendment. I will now put the motion. All in favour of the motion, please raise your card.
The amendment's there, Mr. Mayor.
I mean the motion, sorry, Councillor.
No, you mean the amendment, do you?
Put the amendment, sorry. All in favour of the amendment moved by Councillor Scandrett and Whipper, raise your card. Councillors Whipper and Scandrett, those against, everyone else, so that is the voting will be recorded that way. Now the motion is, the amendment is lost. I now put the motion, all in favour, and the motion is voted on the same way. We now move on to 11.1.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. It is a planning matter. We need to report name into the tape the names. I'm against the motion.
No, we don't, Councillor Scandrett. I have spoken to the tape that all councillors other than Scandrett and Whipper voted both ways for the amendment and against the motion. And everybody else voted. Councillor Scandrett, please. We will move on to 11.1, walking track strategy.
I do have a point of order.
Thank you, Councillor Scandrett. Your point of order is?
Councillor Turland threatened me. I'm saddened by that, but I would like that retracted. I have no political influence in this one. I did not associate with any of the occupants of this dwelling in terms of the application.
Thank you,
Not part of my political spectre.
Thank you, Councillor Scandrett. And
I'd like an apology, Mr. Mayor.
That is up to Councillor Turland. Would you like to apologise?
No, can I ask a question? Did you make contact with the objector?
Councillor,
Councillor Scandrett, did you make contact with the objector?
No, we are moving on.
Happy to answer it, Mr. Mayor.
And after the meeting, speak to each other or not. 11.1, do we have a mover for the?
Yes, happy to move this, Mr. Mayor. Happy to move it.
Move Councillor McLaughlin and Councillor Nelson. Do we have a request for an introduction from Mr. Lua?
Quick one.
Yeah, now you note, councillors, there will be an amendment. There will be an addition that we discussed, and that the walking tracks that are on council land be leash dog, or however you want to word it, should be up there. We discussed that. And until it meets the national park, so all residents can walk their dog. Will you accept that, Councillor McLaughlin?
Yeah, I certainly will. I'll accept that, Mr. Mayor. Yep.
Yes, and I do too, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do you wish for an introduction from Mr. Lua? No, sorry,
No.
Mr. Fuller, that you've had your,
Fine.
you've had your dash. Okay, speakers for the motion or against? Then I'll put the recommendation as printed. All in favour, please raise, oh, carried unanimously. Well done, councillors. Move to 11.2, tender for transport and disposal of scheduled waste. We move number 1, then that will, councillor, you moving number 1, Councillor McLaughlin? Good, thank you for that. I know your feelings on this. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Nelson. So that is that the council adopts the recommendation contained within the closed council. Anybody speaking against? I'll put the recommendation. All in favour? All in favour, carried unanimously. I'll now ask the General Manager to read the recommendation.
Mr Mayor, the resolution has just been passed. It's in the closed business paper. Is that council accepts the tender from Australian Native Landscapes Proprietary Limited based on the submitted schedule of rates for the transport and disposal of shredded organic waste material from the Moss Vale Resource Recovery Centre.
Okay, we move to 11.4, tender for sewer page
11.3.
11.3.
Page 153.
Oh, tender for trade service panel arrangements, 11.3. A mover, Councillor Halstead, seconded Councillor Turlin. Any discussion? Put it. All in favour, please raise your card. Carried unanimously. Now it's 11.4. Tender for sewer pumping station. Banana 2, oh, sorry, BU7 and BU2.
Now I'll need to read the resolution.
Well, we haven't put it yet.
Yeah,
Oh,
11.2.
the previous. Okay.
So Mr Mayor, the resolution that was passed by council, and I'm not going to read all the companies out because it's quite a long list, but I'll refer to each of the categories. The council accepts the entire tender 6330/20.17 electrical network and air conditioning services, and all associated categories and listed tenders to form a panel arrangement for a period of 2 years with the option to extend for another 2 years or times 1 year. Council accepts the entire tenders for painting services and all the associated categories and listed tenders to form a panel arrangement with a period of 2 years with an option to extend another 2 times by 1 year. The council accepts the entire tender for plumbing services and all the associated categories and listed tenders to form a panel arrangement for a period of 2 years with the option to extend another 2 times 1 year. The council accepts the entire tender for horticultural and landscaping services and all the associated categories and listed tenders to form a panel arrangement for a period of 2 years with the option to extend another 2 times 1 year. The council accepts the majority of tenders for fleet maintenance services and specified categories listed tenders to form a panel arrangement for the period of 2 years with the option to extend another 2 times 1 year. And I think that's it for me.
Okay, so thank you, councillors. We now move on, and I know that council has asked in the briefing session that that the local tenderers be given as much precedence as possible, which has been followed. 11.4, tender for sewer pumping stations BU7 and BU2. Do I have a move of Councillors McLaughlin and Turlin? Is there any discussion? So they're moving item 1, that is that the council adopt item 1 as enclosed. Is that what you're moving? Yes, yes. Okay, so I put it. All in favour? Those against? I'll now ask the General Act AGM to read out those recommendations.
The recommendation the council just adopted, Mr Mayor, is that council accepts the tender from Gonji's Constructions Proprietary Limited at a lump sum amount of $577,500 inclusive of GST to undertake sewer pumping station BU7 and BU2 containment design and construct works.
Thank you. Now if we move over to one page, 166. I was getting out my pink councillors and lost my track. Okay, page 11.5, 11.
So moved, Mr Mayor.
Construction for lift installation at at the sale yards, SRLX.
Moving which one, Mr Mayor?
I'm moving SRLX, option 1.
7.5, please.
Recommendation 1.
Yes, you are moving recommendation within the closed report, seconded by councillor Nelson. And all I can say is in support of you, councillor Scandrett, it is a long time coming and I hope people get a real lift out of it. I'll put the recommendation, all in favour, please raise your card. Carried unanimously. I'll ask the acting general manager to read out the recommendation.
Mr Mayor, the recommendation has just been adopted by council is that council accepts the tender from Adaptive Proprietary Limited trading as Design at a lump sum of $242,660 inclusive of GST to undertake the design and construction for the lift installation at the Southern Regional Livestock Exchange.
Okay, and we move now to 11.7, transfer.
11.6, Mr Mayor.
No, 171, I've got my pages mixed up.
171.
Councillor Turlin's favourite topic, investment report, October 11.6, moved by councillor Turlin and seconded by councillor McLaughlin. Is there any discussion? And I put it, all in favour, please say aye. Those against, carried. Now we go to 11.7. Proposed transfer of Crown Roads, Davies Lane and Mundigo Street, Winslow. Move councillor Nelson and McLaughlin. Any discussion? And I put it, all in favour. Those against, carried. We move to page 11.8, page 181, proposed road lease, Part Stockade Street, Berrima. Moved by councillor Halstead, seconded by councillor McLaughlin. Is there any discussion? I put it, this one's been around a long time, councillors. All in favour? Against? Carried. Land acquisition, 11.9, Mittagong. Now, there is a recommendation in the closed committee, which do you wish to, councillors? Yeah, the recommendation of staff is that we do go into closed on this one. Somebody move that way, councillors Turlin, then I put that, all in favour, against, carried. Page 187, 12.1, development applications.
So moved, Mr Mayor.
Move councillor Whipper, seconded councillor Andrews. Is there any discussion or anything from staff on this one, seeing it was a visitor or public forum? Councillor McLaughlin has asked that we get a bit of an introduction. Mr Wilton.
Chair, the purpose of this report is to consider an application which seeks consent for the purpose of monthly markets at 74 to 76 Illawarra Highway, Robertson. Site zone B2 local centre and markets are permissible with development consent. Council be aware that the matter was considered by Council under DA 200378 on the 31st of October 2019 and was approved to allow one market to take place on the 2nd of November 2019. It was limited to 9 stalls for artisan, also a food stall in accordance with the arts trial. The current proposal seeks consent to extend the trial period for another 2 years with an extension of the number of stalls from 9 to 12, with the month being held on the second Saturday of each month.
Okay, question, councillor McLaughlin and then councillor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I'm just wondering, given the question that was asked earlier by Councillor Turlin with regard to parking issues and the objector, I'm wondering if 2 years is too long. Can we not maybe review this in 1 year if there's a problem with parking? Do you think that's not more reasonable, Mr Wilton?
Through the chair, that's a matter for council. They've sought 2 years, but if council's of the mind to approve for 12 months, that's a matter for council.
Yeah, look, Councillor Whipper and I know that area pretty well, and Miss Waters had a pretty good point, and I wonder whether the traffic and the parking times should be go to the traffic committee in the main street weekends, because where this is going is right opposite the Robertson Hotel. It's right next door to Hope Waters and the supermarket just up the road. That's a bit of quite a precinct. And perhaps the traffic committee could review the parking on the main street during weekends or times as to try and take in the concerns of the objectors.
Good suggestion, Mr. Mayor. Good suggestion. I'd go with that.
Councillor Whipper.
So my question, and then I'll speak to the motion when I get the chance, Mr. Mayor, is in relation to the point that Mrs. Waters raised in terms of the traffic and the parking. There was a traffic report that accompanied this report. So I'm just asking, are council staff satisfied with that traffic report?
That's a fair question, because that leads on to two questions, two comments. Mr. Wilton and then Councillor Turlin.
Through the chair, the traffic report was referred through to our development engineers, who were satisfied with the contents of that report. The application being on a state highway under classified road network was also referred to Transport for New South Wales, who have provided their concurrence to the proposal as well.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Turlin.
Mr. Wilton, page 213, third last paragraph. It says, following the previous market stalls we ran in the 2nd of November 2019, all of the business in the near vicinity, including cafes, supermarkets, confirmed an increase in patronage because of the store markets. So this is just extending an existing market stall since November 2019. Is that what I read it?
Through the chair, yes. So essentially, there was a trial period run for one market on that day, on the 2nd of November 2019. This is now seeking to extend to basically for a period of 2 years.
And there was no problems in that first running of the markets?
Not that council's aware.
Thank you.
Oh, look, it is a terrific project, and I wish them all the very best. I just don't want to try and see too many complaints come in about people, locals not being able to pull up there to do their shopping. But,
or get out of their driveway.
Great initiative by the artisan group out there. Councillor Whipper, do you want to say anything else?
Yeah, if I could speak to it, if we're going into a debate now, Mr. Mayor. Probably I know this area better than any councillor here, because I do use that intersection quite a lot. Yeah, irrespective of markets, parking is a problem, and illegal parking is a problem. It's got nothing to do with the shack and their markets. I think it needs to be signage better, and the signage that is in place is abused at times. There's no doubt about that, but it's got nothing to do with the shack. I think we need more policing of that, and maybe that can be done of a weekend. But this is a great initiative, and it sort of adds life, it adds character. It's one of the pillars that we've identified in our economic strategy, arts and culture. This provides enormous economy for the village of Robertson. It's bringing it to life, and all those cafes and businesses do benefit from this. There's absolutely no doubt. And we've heard some rubbish from people saying that Robertson's a dying village. Well, get out of their little holes and have a look. Of a weekend, the place is pumping, absolutely pumping. And part of the reason is because of initiatives like the Shack. It creates exposure for artists. It puts art and culture really up there on the radar, so that we are a destination in terms of arts and culture. And Robertson is playing a significant part in that. So I believe, any of the minor inconveniences of illegal parking, as was pointed out by Miss Waters, can be dealt with, but it needs to be, policed and make sure that people are doing the right thing. This is not as a result of the shack and their markets. It's just people quite clearly abusing and ignoring those parking restrictions and parking signs that are in display. There's plenty of parking, and people just need to be a bit more, what can I say, considerate of others. So I have no hesitation in supporting this, and I'm hoping that we get a unanimous vote because, as I said, it's one of the things we've identified as a key pillar in our economic strategy. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, I can only endorse your sentiments. Maybe we just, without putting in the recommendation, Councillor Whipper, we follow up with our rangers or whatever to maybe do a letterbox drop to the businesses to make sure even local residents don't do keep abusing, because the last thing we need is parking rangers going out there and
True.
putting blueies under people's windscreen wipers. Okay, if there's no further debate, then I'll put the recommendation. All in favour? Yes, carried unanimously, and I think it's councillors are required to record their vote. So without reading everybody's name, I'll say it's carried unanimously. 12.3, page
12.1, Mr. Mayor, 12.1, and I'd like to move it.
12.2.
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor.
So
No, 12.1, 187.
And secondly, Councillor Scandred, that was nearly preempted, I would think. Is there any discussion in relation to the DCP?
Well, just quickly, if I can have a quick word, Mr. Mayor. I mean, the idea about this is to protect an area, but can I just say, the motion that went up to the local government conference was the one that I concocted, which is a real concern. Under the state SEP, we don't have any real protection. The state government can allow seniors living, boarding houses, you name it, in any conservation area. And that's really unfortunate because here we are, the community trying to preserve what we think is unique in this shire. And what happens? We do all this work, we put it out there, we have heritage items and conservation areas noted, and let's see where it goes. But I'm glad it's going out on exhibition. Let's hope we can preserve and keep some of the unique character of Bowral before it all gets gobbled up by the greedy developers. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. I'm sure you get a drum in your Christmas hamper every year. Councillor Nelson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'm on the Heritage Committee. I support this. I would have liked to have seconded it. Just for protocol purposes would have been nice. But anyway, I'm happy to support it and I'll vote for it. Thank you.
Okay, so without any further debate, I'll put the recommendation. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Now we'll move over to 12.3, Robertson Hotel redevelopment, 1 Fountaindale Road, Robertson. Now the recommendation down the bottom, do I have a mover? Councillor Turlin, seconded by Councillor Whipper. Is there any debate? Now, before I put it, I think this comes to comes to the JRPP, I think on Wednesday the 9th, I think. So, but I'm not, Councillor Whipper, you wish to speak?
I do, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I know that council plays a very small part in the approval process of this. I know that it's going to JRPP, and for all intents and purposes, it's a great concept and will be a great addition to the wonderful, not dying village of Robertson. And I support it, but there are concerns around the ecosystems, the fragility of the endangered ecological community that is in place. I noticed the eco consultant's report and I'm sure it'll be dealt with by the JRPP, and I'm sure that there'll be a lot of people speaking in relation to that. But what I'm concerned about, Mr. Mayor, and I have mentioned it previously, is that reports like this don't go through our environment and sustainability branch. That really is a concern to me, because the community here are investing in the environment levy, which in some part funds the environment and sustainability branch. We have experts on that in that branch that could make some comment on these ecologists' reports. I'm not an ecologist. I can't interpret all of this, but I do know that there are some things in there that are of concern. And part of that is even the removal of 3.3 hectares of critically endangered ecological community, though the consultant seems to think that's acceptable. The other thing is that outside of that, there's more endangered ecological community, which is federally listed, that will be impacted by the removal of that, that locally protected Robertson rainforest, which I think is federally protected as well. So the synergy and ecosystems are so delicate, Mr. Mayor, that we need to look at it holistically. That's why I'm concerned that our ENS branch hasn't been through this ecologist report, and they haven't made comment, because should they flag anything that's of danger or concern to them, or impacts on our wildlife habitat and our corridor strategy as well, what we could do, we could actually, as a council, resolve to put a submission in to the JRPP. Now, I feel we've been denied that opportunity because this hasn't been through that process. And I give notice that at another time I'll be moving that we make better use of our environment and sustainability branch in relation to these matters. But in this instance, we can't do anything else because the clock is ticking. So I'd just like to make that point, Mr. Mayor, and I hope that other councillors, we had this discussion today, hope that other councillors support that when the issue comes up.
Thank you. Now, I was unaware at the time, but if you see David, and I can't read David's surname.
Bonger.
David Bonger on the bottom of the screen. Has anybody got any, because this is it's a pretty, and Councillor Whip has made the comment in relation to that we don't have a huge amount of say in it because it's a JRPP matter. I've got you, Councillor McLaughlin, and Councillor Turner. Has anybody got any comments or questions to David Longer? And really, I'm doing this out of context, councillors, because I was unaware that Mr. Longer would be joining the meeting. Otherwise,
Mr. Mayor, who is David Bonger?
I'll ask Councillor to Mr. Wilton.
Through the chair, David Bonger is is principal ecologist for Ecological, who's acting on council's behalf as a consultant who has reviewed the applicant's application relating to their ecologist report. So if you turn over to page 249 and 250, Mr. Bonger is actually acting on behalf of Ecological, who's obviously undertaking the assessment on behalf of council.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Mr. Longer, I didn't know you were to be part of the meeting. Otherwise, I would have not allowed the debate to commence until given a bit of an introduction. And I really now, we're in debate, and I really can't back on council procedure. So I'm sorry that you couldn't have input, because I would have liked to have heard a bit. But if councillors, we might try and reschedule you to give, because this is a big DA for council. And I believe we should have known that you were going to speak or going to be online. Councillor, yes, Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I hear what Councillor Whipper is saying on this.
Wait a minute. Is there any comment to the chair Councillor Turley.
May I suggest that item 2 in relation to the recommendation is that we have a briefing session with an introduction from council's consultant in relation to the application.
Yeah, look, that will have to be done, try to be done next week, because I don't know the time frame. Mr. Long, when does it go to the JRPP?
It's the 9th of December.
It is 9th of December. So it will have to be, if council staff can try and fit it in next week, Mr. Long will you be available next week, Mr. Long, to, if necessary, to give councillors an overview?
Yeah, we'll have someone available to answer any questions. That's fine.
All right, well, we'll be in contact with you, and because, as I say, it's a multi-million-dollar project, so I'd like council to be fully briefed. So at least have a knowledge of exactly what you've written. So thank you, and we'll disengage you now and go back to the debate. Councillor McLaughlin. And then
thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I hear where Councillor Whipper's coming from with the expertise in his Environment Committee, but also, Mr. Mayor, the Heritage Committee has a similar sort of concerns. We had a briefing in council on this development way back, and I think we were pretty impressed with it. It's just we asked for the opportunity to do an inspection. Now we've done an inspection of the Maltings, which is another multi-million-dollar development, which will go to the JRPP. And we were able to make positives, supporting arguments, some recommendations, or, if you like, add value. And I think the opportunity was lost because we did ask for a site visit, and for some reason, council staff denied us that. And I think, just like Councillor Whipper, who gets denied from his Environment Committee, I'm finding that a bit of a problem too, when there are expertise on my committee which are looking at a heritage item, would have liked to have added value. We're not standing against it. We don't try to stop things, but where we see we can add value, we do. So I'd like that pointed out, that in future, when something like this comes along, we all had the advantage of a presentation, but the Heritage Committee didn't, and they would have liked to have had, and they would have liked to have had value. So I just leave that, because I'm sounding the same sort of thing that Councillor Whipper is saying, with expertise in his area and also in mine. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, well, just one thing, and that is, you're right, it's a JRPP matter and council can take a position. But the other side of it, and was pointed out today by the acting general manager, the more information the councillors require, the longer the DAs will take to get to council, and then we get complaints from councillors that the DAs are taking too long to be processed. So we've got to try and meet that happy medium, but I take your point, and as I say, I didn't know this was we would have comment.
Yeah. Can I respond? We don't hold up DAs, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Turley.
I think this must be an E3 zone as well. I'm not quite sure. It doesn't actually mention it in the report here, at least on the council's business. I haven't read the full report, but it's an E3 zone, environment protected. So the good thing is the council actually has engaged an external consultant to look at the ecologist report. And I would think that it seems at this stage, there doesn't seem to be too many problems. It's a shame we couldn't actually had a chat and ask questions to the council's external consultant in relation to the ecology report that's been provided. I think this is going to be a fantastic development if we can get it past the gate post. If the issue is that it's also a eco-tourism village, it's the same as Moreton Park. It's going to go through the same issues. And I would think that they might not be able to get the accreditation until they get a DA exactly like Moreton Park. This is exactly where this shire is going. And we can see from the Maltings, this particular development and other ones that are coming through, it's becoming a sought after area for the Sydney folk to come down and enjoy. The employment for our kids in our shire will be huge. So admittedly, it's only just noting this report, but I hope we don't get tied up in too many things and then refuse it like we did Southern Highlands Wines. That was a disaster that shouldn't have happened and lost an opportunity. So councillors, keep an open mind. We lost a 100-seat hotel out at Sutton Forest. We don't want to lose this one too.
Thank you, councillor Turlman. Any speakers against? Then I'll put the recommendation that has been moved by councillor Turlman and seconded by councillor Whipper. And just note that a briefing session will be arranged with the principal next on the 9th. Okay, so that's also in the recommendation.
Mr. Mayor, at that briefing session, can we have members of the Environment Sustainability branch present?
There will be relevant staff, and Mr. Paul, I'll leave that to Mr. Paul, and you can liaise with Mr. Paul. All in favour of the recommendation, please raise your card. All done and dusted. Carried. We move on to the next item, which is the legal report, moved by Councillor Andrews and seconded by Councillor Nelson. Is there any discussion on the legal report? And I put it all in favour, those against carried. We move on to page 16.1, minutes of the Extraordinary Audit Risk and Improvement Advisory Committee, moved by councillors Nelson and Andrews. Any discussion? Put it all in favour. Who? Oh, I can't. Who? Councillor Tyrrell, did you have a question?
Yes, I did, which is what I put to the previous earlier chairman. On this particular document we've got here, which is the audit and risk minutes that went to the 20th of November. Looking at page 39, I asked a question about procurement, purchasing, very high financial and fraud risk. Can somebody from council explain what that means on page 39, procurement?
That's not part of the minutes. It's meeting from last Friday.
Yeah, it's not part of the minutes. I don't know the document, and we are looking at the minutes.
This is the same document.
No. One's the minutes and one's the
Extraordinary meeting.
Yeah, there's two meetings. This was the extraordinary meeting to present.
Okay, I'll hand it over to Mr. Mooney.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, councillors, the minutes that are in front of you for adoption today are from the 26th of October. That related to the presentation of the general purpose financial statements to the Risk and Audit Committee. I would suggest, Councillor Turlin, that the business paper that you have in front of you is from the most recent audit and risk meeting, which was held on Friday, that has just passed. And I would suggest that those minutes will be presented to the final meeting of the year. So that they'll be presented to the meeting on the 9th of December.
Okay, you've answered my question.
Okay, thank you. So the minutes there as printed, moved by councillors Nelson and Andrews. I put it all in favour, those against carried. We now move on to page 281. Questions with notice, Southern Highlands destination.
No, finance meeting.
263. 16 minutes, 2 minutes of community.
272.
We've done this.
No, we need to.
263.
263, Mr. Mayor. Minutes of the community.
I'm happy to move that way, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. moved by councillor Whipper, seconded by councillor McLaughlin. Is there any discussion? I put them all in favour, those against, carried. 272. Okay, we go to the minutes of the Finance Committee. Moved by councillor McLaughlin, seconded by councillor Scandred. Any discussion? No, councillor Scandred has a question, so I need a seconder.
I'm happy to second it, Mr. Mayor, but I want to ask a question.
Okay, councillor Whipper is seconded. You can ask the question.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, could I ask through you of Mr. Mooney, we dealt with the RRC and the regional gallery, art gallery last meeting. Does that mean that the next finance meeting will have a report on that matter proceeding and the costs and also the business case?
Okay, Mr. Mooney.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll deal with the regional art gallery first. Councillors, from the staff's perspective, the regional art gallery is now satisfied all of the requirements that was outlined in the council resolution. You'll have to forgive me. I don't have those details at hand, but I'm sure councillors should all be familiar with what those requirements were, which included a detailed business case. That's now been presented to council. So in terms of the $500,000 subsidy that council has approved via formal resolution, that is included within the 2021 budget. So there will be no adjustment reported as part of our future quarterly review. Councillor, I'll have to take your question around the RRC on notice because I, to be frank, have no knowledge or idea of what you're referring to there.
I'll email you about that, Mr. Mooney, but my principal request here is obviously only part of the 500,000 per year is coming from purported savings in staff costs by the reduction of opening hours at the RRC, and therefore we have to. Let me finish, please, Mr.
Councillor Scandred, hang on. You've made a statement. Mr. Mooney is saying that is not correct. Mr. Mooney.
I actually want to answer that question. I'm sorry.
I can't finish the question here.
No, why should you?
Please, we will take the second part of the question in a minute. Mr. Paul.
Councillor, the $500,000 commitment to the regional art gallery is being funded from council's general fund budget. Council puts together a budget which includes a suite of income and expenditure items. So we balance the budget. Now, we made various decisions that assisted us to do that. You can't pinpoint, and you continue to do that, pinpoint any particular part of the budget where that $500,000 is coming from. It's coming from the global budget, which we balanced, full stop.
Remember, the council has a resolution to reduce the hours on the weekends and half an hour on the weekday or whatever. That's done and dusted. Mr. Paul, we have a budget.
Everyone's descending upon me.
Wait a minute, please. You made these public comments, and I heard you on the ABC this morning making public comments which are devoid of the truth. And you could say if we cut the operating hours of the swimming pools because of that money was then being transferred to patching potholes. That's not true. If you cut the hours, you cut the hours and the budget is then adjusted accordingly. And I'm getting sick and tired of reading in the paper and listening to commentary on the radio that the regional gallery is being subsidised by the RRC. That's not correct. Now you can ask your second question. Unmuting. You're on mute, Councillor Scandred.
Yeah. And just so we're very clear on what you've just said, Mr. Mayor, the resolution to reduce the opening hours at the RRC was to fund an amount to go towards the 500,000 per year. That amount has not been finalised, but it was in the region.
Councillor Scandrett, I'll ask Mr. Paul to clarify again.
Councillor Scandrett, to answer your question, the decision to look at the hours at the RRC is like any other part of council's operations. From time to time, this council reviews its services to its community. Now, you were provided with advice over 18 months ago now that in terms of the traffic flow out there late in the afternoon, and particularly on Sunday afternoons, that the actual number of cars passing over that weighbridge out there was minimal. So in other words, there was an opportunity to reduce the hours without greatly affecting the service to the community and reduce the operating costs out there. Now that's part of an overall budget of $150 million that decision sits in. Now in that overall budget, council wanted to find $500,000 to contribute to the regional art gallery. So council has made many decisions across that budget that have allowed them to do that. That's the answer.
Mr. Paul, I have no doubt that that is globally correct, but the minutiae of that was that part of that 500 was achieved by reducing hours.
For opinion, councillor.
Okay, we will agree to disagree.
Thank you. My second question was in relation to these minutes, Mr. Mooney, was would that breakup of the 500, you say it's global, I say it's part from the RRC reduction of opening hours, be reported to the next finance meeting? And you're going to say no, aren't you?
I'm going to answer that again.
You please do not preempt or say what council staff are going to say. That'd be like me saying to you, and you would object if I had said the same thing.
Well, it's like being talked over, Mr. Mayor.
It's like he verbals people, Mr. Mayor. He just verbals everybody.
Non-stop.
With the greatest respect to you, Councillor Scandrett, you've not listened to a word I've said over the last 3 minutes. I've explained to you twice now that $500,000 is an allocation out of a global budget of approximately 150 million. Council makes many decisions across that budget to make those allocations happen. And you make those decisions informed based on the service level you want to provide to your community across a whole range of services. So you're trying to ask me to come back and say, where did that $500,000 come from? It came from the corporate budget. That is the end of the story.
Okay. Any more questions? Councillor Whipper.
Mr. Mayor, just in terms of the minutes, I'm not listed as being present at that meeting, but I did move a recommendation at the meeting, so I'm imagining I was there.
Yes.
So if that could just be corrected for the record, please.
Okay, that will be corrected, and you can't be a ghost and have your name recorded.
Apologies.
Okay, so Councillor Whipper on the correctness will be added to the minutes. Is there any further correction to the minutes or questions from the minutes? Then I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please raise your card. Thank you all. We are carried. We now move to page 17.1. I'm going to have to get somebody to what page?
281.
281. Questions with notice, Southern Highlands destination strategy. Move, councillor. Question?
You know, I want to move the motion be noted, but I want to debate if I can, or at least make a comment.
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
Yep. Councillor Turley.
Well, I look at the response that's been given, and it doesn't give us a timeline. It gives us nothing. It just says early in the new year. What I would like is a date, and I'll talk to Councillor Whipper as the seconder, if we can insert a date of when the first meeting will be held. The Economic Stakeholders Group are keen to be involved before Christmas, at least on 1, if not 2 Zoom meetings to get moving it. That's how important they believe this is the case, and it should be. And to leave it off to the next year is just dragging on what's taken 4 years and nearly 5 years now of not having a plan in place. And I've sent to you all of what the local member said in Parliament. I urge Windsor Carriby Shire Council to collaborate with the industry and create new fit-for-purpose strategy documents that contain accountability, goals, details and actions, as the industry has been recommending. At the moment, we've gone on and got another love document that doesn't give us any meat, any beef. And we need to start acting straight away with the stakeholders and any community members that wish to be involved in it as before Christmas, not after. This new year could mean February, and we've lost another 3 months. The stakeholders group are keen to meet before Christmas. So with the seconder's approval, I would hope to think that council staff will start to engage with the local, as my statement says above. It says, I request a statement on when council intends to start the stakeholders and industry community members' participation in formulating the action plan with clear KPIs and timelines and implications. So, Councillor Whipper, what would your thoughts be on a motion that we should add to the noting of this destination question?
Well, I think what you've just said, Councillor Turlin, could form the recommendation with an identified timeline. Certainly with initial contact with the prior to Christmas with the stakeholders group.
Okay, so what we should put in there, with your indulgence, Councillor Whipper, is that council staff communicate with the Southern Highlands stakeholders group immediately to formulate a time this year to start the discussions on implementing the KPI timelines.
Yep.
Okay, so I do take your point, Councillor Turlin, because that was one reason I was even mentioning in Parliament that I use the casting vote, and I did it for the understanding that the stakeholders would be contacted and as soon as possible, and that and the other reason is that unless we have a strategy, we don't get any funding. I mean, we were told that by the minister, and that was another reason to make sure that we had a strategy. So I've rung Mr. Smith today, and I've asked him that he contact me, if he hasn't as yet, in relation to what he said in Parliament, because there are two sides to the story. And I was speaking to him yesterday, went and saw him on another matter, and I would have liked the time to address the reasonings for the strategy being adopted, as opposed to it being brought up in state parliament. Because what it does allow us to do now is work on the framework, as you pointed out, Councillor Turlin, rather than put it back out there and wait until next February or March before we got it back before council again. This way we can start working on it. So I know there was dissension, but you've got to start somewhere, and we've made the start, and the stakeholder groups will be engaged as soon as possible.
Sorry, oh yeah. Look, I think it's imperative to set the timeline on that, Mr. Mayor. It was remiss of us not to do that. I think the debate went on a long time, and a few of us did raise via our discussions that we were concerned about the lack of real consultation with the stakeholders group. Be that as it may, the resolution went through, but what we didn't do was set that timeline. I think this correction allows us to engage. The only thing, Councillor Turlin, I think we need to identify the Southern Highlands key stakeholders group in there specifically as well. And I agree. We need to make at least that initial contact prior to Christmas so we can formulate the timeline and the proposed strategies for arriving at those outcomes and KPIs as well. Because it's not a good look when our local member, and it disappointed me a bit that our local member spoke out like that, because it gives the impression that all of council were opposed to that, and we're not. What we want to do is include our stakeholders and have some clear outcomes and KPIs. So I think this really corrects that, and I'm hoping all councillors will support this because it certainly is the way forward. Thank you.
Okay, any other comment? If not, then Councillor Turley.
Says immediately, can we put in brackets before the Christmas break?
Well, when we say we'll take out the word immediately to staff engage the community before the
prior to the Christmas recess.
Okay, good words. Thank you.
All right, is there any further comment? Then I'll put the recommendation that is now before you. All in favour, those against, carried. So we go to the next item, and hopefully it's just over the page, 17.2, questions with notice road closure and public road requirement. You moving the recommendation, Councillor Turlin?
Wait a minute, my questions haven't been answered. I have 5 questions there, and nothing's been answered 1 to 1, 1 to 5.
Okay, I'll ask Mr. Paul to respond.
Well, Councillor Turlin, you've asked 5 questions, but they're very broad in terms of roadworks could go from anything from patching a pothole to a major construction job. So the response is that we manage those projects in accordance with the scale of the work. We obviously need to have safe systems of work, the appropriate traffic control. In terms of notification, it depends on what the project is, how many residents are affected, when they'll be affected. We use a whole range of different communications depending on the scale and type of work. So very difficult to give you a definitive answer because it depends on the scale of work we're doing.
Okay. Removal of 8 trees in Station Street. What will you do in relation to those 5 questions in the removal of those trees that council's pushing for?
Well, with respect, councillor, that's not the question I was asked.
That's the question I'm asking now.
We'll take that on notice.
No, I haven't had my questions answered.
Councillor, it's the
I will
response.
bring it back in 2 weeks' time with the questions made in Station Street in relation to these 5 questions. What will you do in working in a road reserve on timing, signage, letter drops,
The question,
advertisement?
Councillor Turlin, my suggestion is you put it down as a question with notice because then it is specific.
Well, it needs to be specific.
And it needs, if you're going to have an identified number, position, or placement of where they are, then that is a specific question.
Well, in due respect, I did that a month ago and I got the same sort of one statement. Noted.
Look, the GM is saying that
It was a very similar.
that was a bit broad as well.
The 27th of May, it's on the top of my question. And all I got back was the same statement. Noted. I will put another question forward specifically asking the intent of council when removing of those 8 trees.
Okay, then I ask that you put it in a question with notice. Councillor Howson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure that this is a response to the accusations that were made quite some time ago by all and sundry about some councillors that put too many questions with notice in or notices of motion. Now, quite frank, I find the answer there minimalistic and quite frank, I can see why, in a way, it's been the easy way to answer it. But, you know, one of the things that could have been said, even if taken in a general way, was the most prime thing in there would be compliance with the Australian standards. If nothing else was said to what has obviously been now viewed as a fairly general question by Councillor Turlin, that would have been the way to respond to it. But clearly, he's going to move down another line now as a result of you recommending him out of motion. I find it astounding.
Well, I suppose Councillor Halstead that the applicable legislation, I suppose that takes into consideration the Australian standards, but
well, I think, Mr. Mayor, that's appropriate. The other thing is that, you know, certain councillors have been sort of picked out as those that were non-compliant with various motions, and they weren't. They were totally in accordance with the law. But it really concerns me because here we have a performance improvement order in place, and I'm just wondering what's happening, because, you know, to have got the condemnation that certainly the three of us got, I find unacceptable. And I'm glad you give me this leeway. I'm not going any further with it, but, you know, it's just unacceptable.
well, hang on, we have lost councillors on the big screen. Can councillors see each other?
Yep. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
We have a can't see you on the screen. Okay. In relation, is there any more further comment in relation to questions with notice public road closure?
Yeah, I'm still having, yeah. Is anybody else going to talk, or will I just talk?
Well, what is the...
You'll need a seconder.
We have...
Councillor Turlin.
Yep,
Yeah.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Well, we need, like...
I can't hear you.
Wall. I can only see Councillor Turlin and Whipper. So
Well, Councillor
do we
Scandrett,
have a second?
Councillor Scandrett's put up his card.
Okay, I need a seconder that it be road closures, public road requirements be noted. Moved by Councillor Turlin
I'll second it.
and second by Councillor Scandrett.
And I have a question.
Councillor Scandrett.
Yes, Councillor Turlin's quite correct. This is a refinement of what he raised a month ago, and we still are getting, in my words, a bit of a runaround. So I look forward to that coming in. Mr. Paul, when you get this extra question, which I'll be happy to co-sign for the last meeting of the year, can we have ample detail about the process of removing the pin oaks and the notice and signage and notification to businesses and the community at that time?
Look, we will wait until the question comes in, and the question will be answered according to the questions that were asked. That's all I can say. I'm not going to preempt or whatever. I haven't seen the questions either of staff.
Okay.
My question was actually to the acting general manager, not you.
Oh, geez.
Mr. Paul.
Councillor's always happy to answer the question I'm asked. I've answered the question I've asked. Now, you can say I'm being pedantic. I'm not. The question I've been asked is about road closures and public road requirements. That is all it is about. I've been asked a number of specific questions in a broad context about road closures and public road requirements. So I've given a broad answer based on that broad question.
I'm not going to take any more. We are getting convoluted.
No, we're not. I need to have, it's my motion and I'd like to talk to it.
Councillor Turlin, the answer has been given. You can speak to the motion, but I'm not taking any more questions.
No, not any more questions.
Right, then you can speak to your motion, but no more questions. So we are in debate.
With the seconder's approval, I'd like to change the recommendation where it says noted and put my 1 to 5 questions in there in relation to the Station Street upgrade and removal of the pin oaks. So those 5 questions becomes the motion, the questions. becomes the recommendation or motion.
I don't know why you just don't ask for the report be requested on the proposed removal of the pin oaks. That would be on the.
I'm happy to detail what my questions are in the pin oaks. And the reason why, when I get to debate, I'll tell you in a minute. But so the 5 questions in, and I want to get rid of the word noted in relation to the pin oaks and work in Station Street.
Then will you word it up, please, Councillor Tell?
It is being done now.
And councillor, do you want that in the weekly bulletin, that response?
Yeah, you can do, yep, weekly bulletin.
I think that could go in the next weekly bulletin.
No. Councillor Scandrett. We are in debate. We are in debate, all right?
Okay, I've just changed the motion. I have a seconder. You have approved it, Councillor Scandrett?
Yes.
Okay, now I'll start the debate. The briefing sessions we had in relation to this is, sorry?
Before you go, I call Councillor Nelson.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I don't know why Councillor Tellen was beating around the bush with this question, because it was all about Station Street anyway. So I think we're slowly getting to where he actually wanted to go with the question. But I won't be supporting it. I'll be voting against it. It's all politics, so it needs to be dealt with in that vein. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Now, Councillor Turley.
Politics. For somebody who lives in Moss Vale and doesn't drive past these trees, I can understand why they don't seem to care about the 8 trees. This is not politics. This is following protocol and process.
Point of order. Councillor Turley is making accusations about me that are not true. He needs to withdraw.
No, I won't withdraw. I'm fine.
I think Councillor Turley, Councillor Nelson made the point that just because he lives in Moss Vale that he doesn't drive past the trees. I think that he has I'll uphold the point of order. You may
hold the point of order, it's fine. Now, what I was saying is that this whole question about these trees, we were told at a briefing session they're going to be pulled down at night, so nobody would see them. The community owns these trees. The community owns the road. Not councillors. There are only 8 of us. 42,000 people with 33,000 ratepayers. Odd. And they need to know what's going on with these trees. Not pulled down at night. T158 and 159 across from my office where I'm sitting were pulled down with no community consultation. And you used a motion that Ken Housestead and I put up at removing the rubbish from the drain. Didn't that turn into a debacle? Absolutely horrible.
That is an incorrect statement.
It is not incorrect. You know it's correct.
It is.
You had the emails. I got the emails. The issue is now is these trees are owned by the community. We are not taking the community with us. There's been no communication since 2016 in relation to the whole changes, major changes. If we're going to add Wattle Street to the car park to make the numbers of the car parks increase, well, then you need to add the value of Wattle Street, which is another $3 million in relation to the Station Street upgrade. It's in the financial report. I brought it to your attention. You can't have it both ways. Wattle Street's either in or it's out. But getting back to the motion here, the public need to know when and how you're going to destroy the landmark of this district with no consultation. It's such a shame. And you've all been put on notice. Legal action will be taken when you start. The motion in front of you is quite clear. Give us the timeline so the community can get their forces together to stop the destruction of a landmark of this Shire. You're dealing with an out-of-date car studies, traffic studies, car parking, and you're still pushing forward because you think it's a vote catcher. You talk about politics, Councillor Nelson. This is not politics. This is destroying a landmark of this Shire because you've got it all wrong. And here we go. It'll be the Mayor's casting a vote, again, used to destroy a landmark. Not good enough to protect the Shire.
Thank you, Councillor Turland. Any more speakers? Councillor, I want a speaker against the motion. No speakers against the motion. Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I suppose indirectly it's against the motion. I won't be supporting it anyway, but you know, it was a very simple question. I think the answer was appropriate to this question with notice. Councillor Turland mentioned and indicated or inferred that the removal of the trees would be by stealth of an evening. Now, there was a question asked some time ago on when they would possibly be removed, and the sensible answer was of an evening when it would be dramatically less disruptive to the traffic when the traffic was only minimal on the road. And this, I remind Councillor Turland that to remove these trees, it is a standing order, a standing recommendation, duly moved motion by Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Yes, I can only agree. There is a motion and a resolution on council books. Okay, Councillor Scandrett, and then if there's no other speakers, I will put the motion. Councillor Scandrett, you had your card up.
I did. I held it up, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Yes, well, I'm supporting this motion because, again, we're seeking the detail in here for the benefit of the community. But I do want to point out that, of course, the last time we did the traffic counts there was in 2017 on Friday the 10th of March in the PM peak. Now, the rest of the time, we haven't updated or expanded that traffic study. And here we are taking down these trees. And that's one of the reasons why we want to make sure there's full notice on this. The fact that we haven't consulted with the community, as Councillor Turland points out, since 2017, that meeting we had at St Jude's Hall, I think somebody said this is a solution in need of a problem. Well, absolutely. It's now an $18.26 million solution in looking for a problem. It's over double what it was, and it comes at great cost to other projects in the community where we're scratching for this, and it still doesn't have the elements in it that were originally scoped, such as extra bridge over the at Wingecarribee Street, the traffic lights down at the Nissan Hut, and the road goes from 2 to 4 and back to 2 lanes all the way. It won't speed up. So here we are asking again for more detail about how you're going to consult the removal of these trees with the community. I say you should be reconsulting the whole thing with the community and looking for the best value in the outcome for what is the biggest project we're going to be undertaking for some time. The fact that there's no REF that's even come back to councillors, and it's now a year since we delegated the authority to the general manager, the then general manager, so that could be pushed through. I think that's very embarrassing. So anyway, I'm supporting this because we do need to consult and advise our community.
Thank you, Councillor Scandrett. Is there any more speakers? Then I will put the recommendation. All those in favour of the recommendation moved by Councillors Turland and Scandrett. Those in favour, Councillors Turland, Whipper, Scandrett and Halstead. Those against, Councillors councillors Gare, I'm against it, so that means I'm against it. Councillors Nelson, McLaughlin, Gare, and who's the other? Andrews. Okay, I declare a tie vote. Using my casting vote, I defeat the motion, so you'll correct Councillor Turlin, the motion is defeated. We now move on to page notice of rescission motion land acquisition Moss Vale, as moved by councillors Turlin and Whipper, I assume. You're the first two names. So I assume you two are moving it. Yes. So is there any discussion, or do you want to?
No.
Okay.
On my oath.
Councillor Turlin.
If you look at the motion that was put forward on the 11th of November.
Councillor Whipper seconded it. Councillor Turlin.
Are we right? Okay. Council's going to expend 1.4 plus GST, another $140,000. So now we are getting close to nearly 1.6 million with costs of lawyers and other bits and pieces. And then we still do not have a cost on item 4, where it says a planning proposal to be put in to change the zoning to allow for a animal boarding house, which again doesn't comply with the LEP at this point for that zoning. So we are assuming that the zoning will be changed. No bank, no lawyer would involve themselves in entering into a contract on the possibility it might get changed. And I will put to you that if we continue on this path, it could go to ICAC because it could be perceived as being corruption. This council knows that this land doesn't comply with the zoning. It does not.
Be careful, you are on public record.
I don't mind, I'm fine, I'm happy with the perception. The perception is it could go to ICAC. You are buying a bit of land that doesn't comply in public money. You would not buy it with your money. We should not buy it with council's money. Now,
Councillor Turlin. Now,
Can't hear anything.
Mr. Mayor, you're on mute.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Mr. Mayor.
You're on mute. Still can't hear you.
Mr. Mayor, you're on mute.
John, can someone help him? Can someone there?
That's better.
Okay, Councillor Turlin, continue.
We missed
Mr. Mayor, we couldn't hear anything you said.
That's all right. Then you haven't missed anything. Carry on, Councillor Turlin.
Now, if the motion gets forward, the rescission motion, you'll see the motion on the back. And it's clear that council, as a matter of urgency, engaged with FOAS and other community members in all aspects of the relocation of the animal shelter. Item 2, the council obtained the approval from the OLD to purchase the land that does not comply with the zoning for an animal shelter. The council proceeds with purchasing this land. It needs to be a subject to rezoning as anybody else in rural business would go ahead with. If council goes ahead with this purchase, it will be reported to ICAC. And I will not hide from that position in my statement. Council, in the perception of the public, is buying a piece of land that nobody in general public would buy without the rezoning change for the purpose that council wants to use it.
Thank you, Councillor Turlin. Your time has expired. Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I might put up an amendment such that the original motion contain number 2, that council obtain approval from the OLG to purchase land that does not comply with the LEP zoning for the purpose of an animal shelter.
My
If we put-
suggestion is, councillor McLaughlin, you just vote against the motion. Don't complicate the issue.
Okay, why not? If that's one of the concerns, that we're buying a bit of land that can't be rezoned, if we put in 2 and 3, then we buy the land subject to an approval for that operation. What's the matter with that?
Look, we're getting into technical issues as opposed to just debating the motion. You are now getting into rezone, going to the OLG and whatever. I think you've got to stick to the recommendation. It's only my belief, you can put up what you like, that you either support where we've gone and the rezoning will take. I'll ask Mr.
All I'm suggesting is that if Councillor Turlin is concerned about this for those reasons, then if we insert those into this, into our motion, then we should all be able to support it.
Yeah, well, I take your point. If you want to formulate a motion, then think about it.
Well, the amendment being the motion, plus we put in, and I don't think we should necessarily engage with FOAS, but I think we should put 2 and 3 in there. That council intend on purchasing land, if it doesn't comply with it, should enter into the contract that is subject to rezoning change for the portion of that land before settling. What's the matter with that? And if they don't want to sell it to us under those conditions, so be it.
I'm going to ask council staff to comment because you have now got away from the debate and asking a question specific to the property. So I'll ask Mr. Mooney or Mr. Paul to make comment.
Look, councillors, I think this question came up when this matter was originally discussed. And the question was asked as to whether we could require or request the vendor to include a clause in the contract exchange that basically gives us an option to buy this subject to it being rezoned. Now, the comment back was, that'd be totally up to the vendor. He may or may not accept that clause. And at the end of the day, if council was to insist that that was the clause it wanted in the contract and the vendor doesn't accept that, then we're at a stalemate. If the vendor is prepared to accept that, well, then there's a way forward. Now, that might be an option, but it's up to you, councillors, as to whether you want to go down that path. My comment about the OLG, they won't proffer any advice at all in regard to this matter because they don't offer legal advice.
Never do.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, what about we just go with 3?
So the question.
Okay, councillor, we've got questions now. We are in debate. It was moved by councillor Turlin and seconded by councillor Whipper. Councillor Turlin has spoken. Councillor McLaughlin was making suggestions about a motion. Now, either you continue on your vein of and then move it, or you finish your debate and allow another councillor to speak.
Okay, look, the question is, we've got to deal with a rescission motion first.
Councillor Turlin, not you, you have spoken. I am now going down the table. Councillor Scandron.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a clarification, if I may. The motion arising specifically refers to Roland Street, Bowman Street, does it not? And if so, why doesn't it say that?
Mr. Paul.
You'd have to talk to the framer of the motion, councillor Turlin.
Can I answer that question? It's quite simple. The rescission motion relates to that street. The two go together. If you want to add Bowman, you can. And the issue is the rescission motion has to be dealt first, and then the motion arising, which is the number 1 to 3. Now, if you wanted to take out the OLG and put legal advice in there, external legal advice, as Mr. Paul has said, they're not interested, well then insert Councillor McLaughlin, where the OLG is, external legal advice on the purchase of for the rezoning. Item 1, if you are concerned about item 1, if that's going to cause problems, take it out.
No, Councillor Turland, no, please. Now, the other thing is, I will point out what you have said is not correct. Councillor Scandra's question was, Bowman Road has not been included in your rescission motion or your proposed notice of motion. Once the rescission motion gets up, that's it. Bowman Road does not exist anymore. It is not then part of your part 2. You would have to put in Bowman Road.
I understand that, and I can do that when we're ready.
No, that if you win your motion, win your rescission motion. So, Councillor Scandrett, do you wish to speak for or against the motion?
No, I just had that question. Thank you.
Okay. Speakers for the rescission motion, Councillor Whipper.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support the rescission motion, and I hear the debate and also the reference to the motion arising. I think the only points that are important in that motion arising are number 1 and number 3. Part of the reason I support this rescission motion is that I've had conversations with stakeholders after we made this recommendation that we're rescinding, or we're requesting to be rescinded, and there were concerns around the location and the fact that they feel that a lot of those stakeholders feel that it's not a fit for purpose site. So therefore, I think if we rescind this motion, that we enter into meaningful consultation with FOS and other stakeholders. We can hear what the needs are, because the last thing we want to do is make this more complicated than it needs to be. I've said all along, what we need to do is build a fit for purpose facility. And I think there's some impediments with the current site that we're talking about in Bowman, but that's why I'm supporting the rescission motion. I think it needs to come back. We need to have that conversation, see what the real needs are, and then look at the land that may be appropriate. So in terms of the motion arising, we can strike out 2, and if 3 remains as 2, we're talking about any land, so it's generic. So it doesn't identify any land, but if we look for the appropriate land that is, as I said, fit for purpose, I think we're on the winning streak there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whipper. Councillor Nelson, then Councillor Halstead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll be speaking, I'll be voting against this rescission motion, not for it. We seem to defer, consult and apply the precautionary principle, Mr. Mayor. No wonder the residents think that we don't get anything done here. This is the appropriate land to develop an animal shelter. If you're going to spend $5 million on a project, it's best to start with a vacant parcel of land, not with land that's got buildings on it. Then you can consult with the appropriate people. The other parcel of land under consideration was inappropriate, and I'm suspecting smoke and mirrors going on, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, don't go for the consult aspect or the zoning issue. It's 6-4 on that the land will be rezoned, as was told to us by the staff, and they should know. The land will be rezoned, the community members will be consulted, and an appropriate animal shelter will be constructed. And you don't have to start with troublesome issues on the other land that's being proposed. So let's move on, get rid of this and get on with the animal shelter. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Any speakers for the Councillor Halstead?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I don't think anyone should think about this as mischievous or anything else. All we're trying to do is a legal process, which is any councillor's right to move a rescission motion. Now, there's some concerns. I agree with the sort of thing that Peter Nelson said, to be frank, is we need to get on with it. But let's not suggest the alternative. In other words, supporting this rescission motion at the moment is in any way going to defer it by any meaningful period of time. I mean, if we're uncomfortable with what was moved, and I am from the point of view of rezoning, nothing else, so it's not a smoking mirrors, as Nelson says, Councillor Nelson says. I don't know what his intention was in that one, whether he was having a shot at anyone in particular, I don't know. But certainly it's not as far as I'm concerned. I just see this as a matter of concern. I mean, and I reiterate, it's any councillor's right to do exactly what we're doing. If it gets defeated, it gets defeated. End of issue.
Thank you. And are there any more speakers? Then I would just have a comment before Councillor Turland has his right to reply. I can only but agree with you, Councillor Howsett, and that is it's not to delay it. Well, my belief is if this rescission motion gets carried, then we are delaying it by another 3 months. We will be running into the Christmas, then we run into January, then we've got to consult and carry on in February, and then we'll come back in March, and nobody will want to make a decision because all of a sudden we're in March. And Councillor Nelson is right. You know, $5 million we are prepared to spend on an animal shelter. And as I've said, I'll change my vote. I'll go to the Penrose community and say I'll build them a new memorial, a new hall. I mean, it is a dog shelter. It is not the Hilton Hotel. It is to house displaced animals in a humane and very safe environment. There is nothing that is different from where the animal shelter is now in relation to the RRC, and the animals seem to exist there pretty well. So what is wrong by moving it 200 metres across the road to a greenfield site, specifically located to where everybody wants, high visibility, easy access, close to Moss Vale where everybody seems to work and live in relation to these animals? Let's get on with it and build a state-of-the-art animal shelter and consult with the FOAS on their design and how they want to see it constructed, and give it to them and start on it before this council term's finished. Otherwise, kiss it all goodbye and go and buy a disused industrial complex that would never work in my opinion. So vote against the rescission motion and let's get on with the decision that we made last week. Councillor Turl.
I have no interest in any other site, in putting forward any other site. If you read my item 3, it's good business sense to be subject to. There is no guarantees that this will get through the subdivision process, to changing the LEP. It is not allowed on this site. Nobody in their right mind would spend their money on a site that doesn't comply, on the off chance that, oh yeah, we know council, we know the council staff, they'll get it through. They might not get it through. There might be 100 objections. It goes to the minister. And therefore we spent 1.4 million on a site that can't be approved for the dog shelter, animal shelter. It is madness. It's got nothing to do with anybody else smoke and mirrors and other sites. You're going to waste 9 to 12 months to go through a planning proposal by buying a site that doesn't comply. And you're going to spend the money, public money. I'm sure you wouldn't spend your money, any of those councils in there now, of $1.5 million on a site that doesn't comply for the end use you want to use it for. No lawyer would give you the rights and would give you the instructions to enter into a contract. They would say what I've said, subject to. So if you want to proceed with this site, if that's where you want to go, councillors, that's fine, but it can only be through subject to. You spend that money on 1.5 and then you can't change the zoning, there will be hell to play. You've wasted public money. You talk about smoke and mirrors, this is not good business sense. And you've had no consultation at all with the stakeholders, FOAS. You pushed them aside. We know better. Well, how can you know better when you're going to spend 1.5 million of public money on a zoning that doesn't comply? Madness. And I don't, look, this has been starting from February this year. We started the report. Then we were supposed to have a report in April. We didn't get it because of COVID and the bushfires. I get that. We're here now in November and October, and we're getting to a point of looking land. This started in February this year. Like always, the animal shelter gets pushed back, and we've made the wrong decision here. Unless it's subject to the rezoning, this should not be bought. It is that, it's as simple as it is. Because it's going to take 8 to 9 months to go through its process. And what happens if it doesn't get approved? Tell me what you're going to do with the land at 1.5 million, 6,000 square metres. What do you intend to do with it? Sell it again? You talk about an election failure. If you buy this land and don't get the subdivision through, the rezoning, and you've had no consultation with the stakeholders, you think they're going to be happy? You alienated them already by not communicating with them. This is a simple contractual process.
Okay, all in favour of the rescission motion that has been moved by councillors Turlin and Whipper, please put up your card. Councillor Turlin, Councillor Whipper and Councillor Halstead. Those against? Councillors Gare, Nelson, Scandrett, McLaughlin and Andrews. I declare the rescission motion defeated. We now move on to 18.2, notice of motion, preamble word limit. Councillor Turlin.
I'd like to second that.
Move Councillor Turlin, seconded Councillor Scandrett. Councillor Turlin.
May I ask a question to staff, please, Miss Lidgard?
Yeah, yes, you may. Oh, well, it goes through the general manager.
Yeah, through the general. Well, I don't mind who answers it. That's fine. Is preambles allowed in questions with notice and rescission motions, but just not notice of motions?
Ms. Lidgard is looking up.
Because the reason why I asked that question on the 25th of November 2020, sorry, I'm trying to read the date that we passed that motion. I think it was 2019 we put that motion forward to stop any preambles.
Resolution around the preambles was in 2018. And it refers just to notice of motion.
That's what I thought. So this is where it's quite crazy. So it's only the notice of motions that don't have a preamble. Questions with notice.
Okay, wait a minute, Councillor Turlin.
No, unless there's a resolution of council, then it's solid, so it can be allowed. So just to clarify, councillors, in relation to question with notice and rescission motions, the code of meeting practice is silent. Now, unless council has a specific resolution, and in this case it doesn't, then you wouldn't be allowed. You'd have to amend your code of meeting practice.
Well, the reason why I say that, when you get the forms to fill in, it actually allows you preamble on the standard forms that council staff send to you.
Yeah, I suspect that the form hasn't been updated.
The form has been updated and circulated to councillors. There just seem to be a few old forms.
Okay, so there is some people are using the old form rather than the new form.
Okay, so if you wish to, this motion by the sound of it is out of order, in relation that we will have to change the code of meeting practice. So it's not a matter of restating it. It would be that council revisit the code of meeting practice to allow a 200-word preamble on notices of motion.
Correct.
Thank you, Councillor Halstead.
Well, you get it right on occasions, Mr. Mayor, and when you do, it should be, agreed to. And quite frank, that's what this should have said. I can see why Gary's done what he's done, because he was told, I understand, that he couldn't put a preamble in. Now, someone's telling a bit of a fib, I don't know who, but now if we listen to Barry, it's because of an old form being used. Well, let's just...
I don't think it was a fib. I think that it was because it's not in the code of meeting practice, then it's not permitted.
Well,
so for it to be allowed...
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Right. So my thought is that, can I suggest, Councillor Turlin, this is not a matter of life and death, that there would be a reason for it that it's 7:30, we've been going for 4 hours. Some councillors might come up with a reason that there is a reason for not having a preamble. Perhaps we've got to have that discussion before we look at changing the code of meeting practice, because it has to go out on exhibition. It's out on there. It's got to be reworded. And that's going to take a month, 6 weeks anyway. So can I suggest that you work with staff, come back with a suggestion that council try and work out the reasoning why the preamble is not permitted. And then if you still wish to follow it up, put in a matter of notice motion.
No, that's right. I understand that. So what you've got there is the council revisit the code of meeting practice to include the preamble word limit on the notice of motion and questions with notice.
Well, we do the questions with notice, don't we?
No, it's Mr. Paul said it's silent.
The questions with notice, in my opinion, should stand on their own 2 feet. I mean, putting a preamble, I mean, they're questions, they're not a debate. It's asking questions of the staff. So I find it a little difficult as to why a question with notice would need a preamble. I mean, the question is a question to the staff to answer something. So any sort of preamble would be trying to, I guess, preempt what the response would be from staff.
Okay, so what do you wish to do, Councillor Turner?
No, that's fine. What you've got there is fine.
Okay, then.
So that's something we'll come back to council. We'll organise a discussion.
Yeah, right. So, okay. All right. So that's moved by Councillor Turner, seconded by Councillor Scandrett. All in favour? That's carried unanimously, I think. We now move over to page 286, notice of motion barrel bypass, moved by Councillor Scandrett, seconded by Councillor Turlin. Councillor Scandrett, and I'll be before you start speaking, Councillor Scandrett, it is 7:25. I suggest that we do an extension to 7:45, and then go into closed committee if necessary until 8 o'clock. So the debate will finish whatever we're up to at 7:45. Move Councillor Scandrett, seconded Councillor McLaughlin, that the debating, that the paper, anything carried over until 7:45, then we go into closed committee. Put that all in favour, against carried, then Councillor Scandrett.
Mr. Mayor, councillors, I've put this motion forward because after 3 years, things have changed. Station Street upgrade, which was always the approach road to the Barrel bypass, a new road from Barrel Street through along the railway and along the Links Road paddock that we already own, was the main game. In fact, The outcome of that came from a traffic study that determined that the traffic on Bong Bong Street was unsustainable, dangerous, and not conducive to pedestrian activity, let alone tourism. Indeed, we're still working on Main Street studies for there. The key points with it are that we do have now, with a 18.26 million budget on this, is over 100% increase in costs since September 2017. The grant of $7.5 million, which came from the sale of the Port Kembla Ports lease, can be reallocated on application to the state government. Mr. Mayor, you said on Within Illawarra TV News on the 20th of November that that was ridiculous. There are guidelines made to the Wingecarribee Shire, $7.5 million or whatever, as such. To change those guidelines needs ministerial approval. Yes, it does. And that can be achieved because the original project, which was Councillor Arkwright's when she was mayor, she worked with Gareth Ward at the time, and a number of projects were put up. This one got the money. So we can reallocate on application the money to stage 2, the actual bypass, but the whole thing's changed. Not only has it doubled in price, which means that the community is putting in over $8 million at the expense of many other fine community projects. I mean, somebody mentioned before Penrose Hall. I also think some of the sports facilities, you know, like the Hilltop Amenities Shed, the lights at other ovals, drainage works at other ovals, upgrades to other halls, and then of course you start on the old roads and curbs and gutters. There's a lot of projects out there. We've got $423 million of unfunded projects, councillors, and of course 8 million would give us a really good kickstart for the wider community by enabling a start, and it would be up to council, on funding the Lackey Park Stadium, which is estimated to be about 15, 16 million, I think. This would go halfway towards that. That would be a really good start to go out with shovel-ready grants, because we'd be able to say we've got our contribution there. And equally, at the same time, the Moss Vale Bypass, which is a much sorer traffic issue, talk to anyone going through Moss Vale, as to the crawl traffic.
Thank you, Councillor Scandred. Your time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Against the recommendation? No.
Mr. Mayor.
Allow one more speaker to speak in favour. Councillor Whipper. You're on mute, Councillor Whipper.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not necessarily speaking in favour. I think the thrust of it, I've got a problem with point 1 and point 7 in cancelling the project and allocating money elsewhere. But the items 2 to 6, I think they're worth exploring, and information coming back to council. But if the mover would like to look at just putting 2 to 6 as a recommendation, not cancelling the project and not allocating money, that's something we could consider. If all of those points 2 to 6, we could get some realistic answers to. Point 6, we could change that to council proceed to make inquiries about purchasing small corners of slithers. And if we could get those answers quickly, we might then, you know, be in a better position. Otherwise, I can't support it, because I'm not going to say we cancel the project and allocate money elsewhere, not without answers to those 2 to 6, those points 2 to 6.
Thank you, Councillor Whipper. Councillor Nelson.
Do you want me to respond?
Mr. Mayor, just quickly, in respect of item 5, the state government won't reallocate the 7.5 funding to a new bypass road known as stage 2. You do stage 1 first. Item 6, state government or Transport New South Wales will not transfer the small corner slither of land. Council's been down that path. and we know where they are. And now we're very close to the finish line. It's only a matter of the MOU being provided and we can all move on. Item 7, council already has funds allocated to undertake the necessary investigations, Mr Mayor, into the Moss Vale bypass. And once those investigations are completed, council can move forward with the bypass as proposed, and with the support of the New South Wales government, the allocation of the money. So let's move forward, get Station Street completed, and we can, it's been a 30-year project by all councils. So let's do it. Let's move on and vote against this. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, could I seek just from the mover a response to my suggestion for an amended motion, if that's in order?
Yes, you may, councillor Scandrett.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just need to, before I answer that, the slithers of land are in private hands, Councillor Milton.
Councillor Scandrett.
And accordingly, I'm quite happy to.
You a direct question.
Yes, and accordingly, I'm happy with the suggestion by council. I'm happy with that.
You keep doing that and you'll be excluded for the rest of the meeting. Up to you. Unmute yourself, councillor Scandrett, and you'll be excommunicated for the meeting.
Well, you muted me, Mr Mayor.
That's a matter of disorder.
You are now discharged from this meeting for 5 minutes.
Oh, gee, let him finish. We'll get on with it. Gosh.
Now, does councillors want me to disrupt this debate for 5 minutes, or does councillors support me in the respect that councillor Scandrett respect the chair and that he not continually over-talk me?
I support you, Mr Mayor.
I support you, Mr Mayor.
Yep. Yeah, I support you, Mr Mayor, but let him get, let's not waste 5 minutes.
Let him finish.
You can afford 5 minutes.
Councillor Scandrett, I have spoken to the... Right, well, I said 5 minutes.
Well, he removed himself, apparently.
All right. Councillor Scandrett has removed himself from the meeting. He has left the meeting. Now, if you want to call my bluff, call my bluff. But
I put a recommendation, we put this aside to the 9th then. Don't deal with it.
No, that's going to be a council resolution.
He's back in the meeting.
He's back in the meeting.
Yeah, I can let him in.
Yes, you can let him in.
Councillor Whipper, I'm happy with your changes as the seconder.
Thank you. If the mover is happy to change that recommendation by deleting point 1 and point 7 and just altering point 6, that need to make inquiries about the purchasing of these small corner slithers, I'd support that recommendation.
Councillor Scandrett, you are now back in the meeting, and there will not be, next time it will be for the full closure of the meeting.
Number 6.
Councillor Scandrett, have you...
asking?
Yes, I'm asking, will you take on board and not to deviate from the question that was put to you by Councillor Whipper?
I'm trying to answer that, Mr Mayor. Yes, number 5 is fine, because the new number 5, because we've already spoken to those property owners a while back, Councillor Whipper. So your 2 to 6, which is now now 1 to 5 is fine. The other 2 I can come back to. So thank you for that offer.
Okay, so the answer is yes. And I can tell you there are many millions of dollars involved in the slivers of land. Is there any more speakers for the councillor Andrews? If you're speaking against the recommendation,
Against, Mr Mayor.
the rescission motion, I mean, yes, you may speak.
Yeah, very briefly, Mr Mayor. Look, 4 years ago, an overwhelming majority of councillors supported the Station Street upgrade. Now, 4 years hence, we've got a notice of motion in front of us, which guarantees the kill off of this project, and you can pick and choose through it and remove the two that Councillor Whipper suggested. It's still almost certainly the end of this project as we know it. So I certainly won't support it. It's madness.
Thank you. Is there any further speakers for or against? Then I will speak against the rescission motion. I have never seen a more convoluted notice of motion. There are things in here which are just ridiculous. And I think it's been said, it is just a blow up a grant. Councillor Nelson's right. We have asked Infrastructure to New South Wales 2 or 3 occasions to give us extensions. What credibility is this council going to have if we just throw it out? Yes, Councillor Scandron, you are right. I will give you credit, you are right. It is got a lot more expensive than what it was, I think, when we applied for the grant on the back of an envelope in 2013 of, I think, about $9 million. So you're right, and I'll concede that, and it'll probably cost a lot more than what you're even talking. But if we don't do anything, you have a pressure point on this shire of 21,000 vehicles a day sitting on the that are using that intersection, Bong Bong Street, Bowral Road and Station Street, 21,000. And if you put a plug in a wash basin and turn the tap on, then it gets to a point where it overflows. And that's the same with this intersection. It's got to the point that the plug is in the sink and we are getting to the point the water can't go anywhere, the cars can't go anywhere, and you get congestion. We've got to take the plug out of the wash basin and allow the traffic to flow more freely. Yes, we haven't done traffic counts since 2017. I don't have to. They're only going to have increased. They're not going to decrease. And the movements are getting longer and longer and longer. So yes, I concede it's going to cost a lot more money than first planned. And yes, the trees are a bit controversial, but I believe the end result will be much more to the satisfaction to the community than it is at the moment. And it's not about destroying the entrance to Bowral. That was said when the traffic lights went in. Nobody's going to come to Bowral. They'll all stay at home because they don't want a town with traffic lights. Well, sorry, there's 6 sets of traffic lights before you get to Islands. Anyway, vote against the rescission motion. Councillor Scandron, you have your right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well,
Nobody.
Hang on.
Right.
Now, I've had this up for a small period of time, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind.
Have you? Okay. I'm sorry. I normally.
That's all right. No problem. I just want to get a few words in. That's all.
Yeah.
Look,
go.
I'll make it abundantly clear. I have never, ever opposed this upgrade. Never. And I'm on record as saying that. What I have opposed and continue to oppose is the process which is a planning one that must be complied with. I will not be part of breaking the law. So I will be doing something here tonight. Will be not supporting this notice of motion under any circumstances. However, I will see that the ultimate provisions of the law are complied with. Otherwise, I cannot believe the state government hasn't interfered and directed the council to follow the law, which is well known to anyone that's got any idea about the EP Act. So I will not be supporting this motion under any circumstances, but don't take that as 100% agreement with everything you're going to do, Mr. Mayor, or your supporters.
Thank you, Councillor Halstead, and I have said to you this on numerous occasions. I will support you 100% that all acts are followed and all procedures are correctly applied. Councillor Scandrett, your right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, here's an opportunity to deliver 166 new car spaces to South Bowral, to save 73 spaces in the Pin Oaks from North Bowral, to deliver funds towards the Lackey Park Stadium, which won't start otherwise in this term, but this would be maybe half its construction cost, and that means we can move forward to shovel ready on that. Or we can apply some of those funds to the Moss Vale bypass, which already has 20 million and has 2.5 million released for preparation of that study. So it's a win-win whichever way you go. And I'm reminded that the analysis back in 2012 was that we were underfunded in Bowral by some 250 car spaces. Well, we achieved 43 new spaces at Wattle Street, and they're already packed full. And the costing of converting this railway land, which we own, at South Bowral is about 10,000 a space, and that's come from Cordell's and also from an analysis of the Wattle Street car park. So this motion, as altered, can move us forward on some of those points. We can look at the cost of delivering parking. It's like tax. If you say to people, do you like paying tax? You know the answer they're going to say. And if you say, do you want more parking? Of course they do. But the evidence is there. Anyone driving through Bowral in the last few months, particularly with this COVID influx of visitors, tourists and the like, will tell you that the place is packed. And I said that on ABC radio. I up and down Bonbon Street and people are queuing outside shops and there's not one space. So back to the original thing, which is making sure we've got commuter car parking. This delivers in spades. Who doesn't want more parking at grade, adjacent to South Bowral, and with it delivering the outcomes for Moss Vale and the wider community? It liberates over $8 million, councillors, $8 million to get that Lackey Park Stadium underway. And who's going to say no to that? And the thousands of kids and ratepayers who will use that facility. This means we can move forward on designing that and looking for grant applications. It's all lined up. So councillors, let's see if we can vote to this. It's not, it hasn't got the contentious part in it now of cancelling it. We can look at that at another time. And it also gives us the opportunity, once we have these answers, which I imagine will be very prompt, to come back and have a look at the Lackey Stadium part of it.
Thank you, Councillor Scandrett. All right, all those in favour of the rescission motion, please raise your card. Councillor Whipper, Turland and Scandrett. Those against the motion? Council rescission motion, Councillor.
It's not a rescission motion, Mr. Mayor.
It is, we're voting on, oh yeah, on the notice of motion. Point taken, Councillor Scandrett. Councillors Andrew, Nelson, Halstead, McLaughlin and Gare, I declare the motion lost. I'm looking now for a motion to go into closed committee. Move councillors McLaughlin and Halstead. I'll put it. All in favour? Those against? Thank you everybody online who has carried. Thank you everyone online who's been watching. We will now go into closed committee.